Good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Friday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. Track condition listed as fast. The announcer listed as slow. Blue skies overhead, a few clouds, but it'll be fine. 20 minutes to post time. We got to get to the changes, although, I can't find my program. But you know what? We'll figure it out. Let's get to the changes. Race number 1, scratched is number 7, Don't Write Me Out. Race 1, scratch 7, Don't Write Me. No. See, we're off to a bad start. How about number 7, Don't Write Me Out? A bridle change. Blind bridle to blinkers. That is blind bridle to blinkers on 7, Don't Write Me Out. Races 2 and 3, no changes, no changes. Races 2 or 3. Race number 4 is 7, Rave Review is scratched. Scratch 7, Rave Review. Race number 5, no changes, no changes. Race 5. In race number 6, number 7, Yarm, bridle change, blind blinkers, and a shoe change, steel to aluminum shoes up front, and blind bridle to blinkers. The 7th race, scratched, is number 2. You're a surprise to me. Race 7, scratch 2. 8th race, no changes, no changes. Race 8. Race number 9. 3's she's a comedian, has a missing line. 7th beaten, 26. No. July the 26th. 3rd beaten, 2 lengths, 155. I fall for that every time. You think I'd learn. Finished 3rd beaten, 2 lengths in 155 and 2. July the 26th. And 7, she's a beauty. Paul McKenzie is the driver. And the 10th race has no changes, no changes. Race number 10. Shall we review races 1 and 2? We'll see if we can get it right this time. Race 1, number 7, Don't Write Me Out, bridle change, blind bridle to blinkers. And the 2nd and 3rd races, no changes. It is now 16 minutes to post time. Time to welcome in our handicapping expert, Rob, and try to get the ship back on a true course, because I've run it aground here. We'll see if you can get things back organized. I got to run downstairs and get a program.
It's okay, Gary. Go get yourself a program. Sure, you're going to have a fantastic night of handicapping ahead, because it is fantastic Friday. We got 10 dashes for you tonight, but it kicks off the weekend, right? And of course, a long weekend here in Canada. Civic holiday on Monday. Maybe that's in the province then, but it doesn't really matter because it's Industry Day. It's Industry Day on Monday, so we're just 3 days away from the big one. We've got our 2 signature races, the Battle of the Bells, the Battle of Waterloo, and also what I'm excited about is we're not going to have 3 guaranteed multi-leg pools on that day. We're going to have 4. We're adding in a late pick 5, which, of course, I'm very excited about because I like to put a few wagers in my day. So looking forward to that one. But before we get to that day, we still have a fantastic night of racing ahead on this Friday evening. We've got 10 dashes for you. And I think there's some value to be had throughout the card. And I'm actually looking towards the later races for a couple of horses that might provide a nice payout. But we get started as always in the opener with the pick 5 with a guaranteed pool of $2,500 tonight. And Gary and I will be back at around 8 minutes to post to break down what we have for you in that sequence.
The Ontario Select Yearling Sale returns in 2022. The sale will be held September 25th at Winback Farm of Canada in Inglewood, Ontario. The sale lineup features first crop yearlings from Jimmy Freight, McWicked, and Stag Party. Introducing the first North American yearlings from the bank. For more information, visit OntarioSelectYearlingSale.com. Winback Farm was the #1 breeder in Delaware, New York, and Ontario for 2021 sire stakes. Highlighting Winback Farm's 2022 lineup are first crop yearlings from Courtly Choice, Jimmy Freight, McWicked, and Stag Party. Introducing the first North American yearlings from the bank. Visit www.winbackfarm.com for sale lineups. Again, for more information, that's winbackfarm.com.
Just about 8 minutes away until the opener here at the river on a fantastic Friday night. And you know what time that is? It's time to break down the Pick 5 guaranteed pool, $2,500. And let's kick off the weekend with a winning ticket this time around, shall we? And hopefully, let's also hope that Gary's got that program, because we're going to be looking at his ticket very shortly as well. Let's see what I've mapped out this evening, and going to keep it relatively, I guess I'm spending a little more than usual, but we're going to start with a single anyways. We're going to start it off with a single, and I'm going to go with Harper's Hat Trick. And this is a horse that, that was the Gary Guy guarantee last year, and I know he's kind of got off his bandwagon. I think he's going to be back on the bandwagon tonight at the 3 Harper's Hat Trick. I know I sure am. Last time, parked out a long way. He gets reunited now with Travis Henry tonight, and I think this looks like a field he should be able to get the better of. 2-1 right now on the board. That's our single to start us off in race number 1. Race number 2, well, now when it's a 5,000 life, we've got quite a few inexperienced horses in here. We're going to spread out with the 1, 2, 4, and 5. Oddly enough, the 4, Dalhousie, is a full brother to Harper's Hat Trick. That's actually going to be one of the ones we're fond of in there. Not our top pick, but one we're using. 1, 2, 4, 5 in race number 2. And then in race 3, the 1, 3, 5, and 7. These are 2-year-old trotters, and we know they can be on the inconsistent side and sometimes make miscues and all that stuff. So we're going to spread out in there and try to get a price down. So we're spreading out in those second 2 legs of the sequence, 4x4. And then we're going to kind of get thin in the end here. Race number 4, I think that the 8 Molly Cool is the best horse in the race. However, it's post 8. And post 8 has not won yet on either side of the gates so far this season. So difficult task ahead for her. I think she is the best in the race, but we're going to also use Larjan Lena, who gets the opposite end of the post draw with the rail, and she won from that spot last time against Baby Softer, but I think she's going to be a factor tonight. So 2 deep there with the 1 and 8. And then in race number 5, we got another instance where the 8, this time on the trotting side, looks like he is the best in the race. That's Holy Being, but again, stymied with that outermost post. So we're going to actually use the 3 Lady Guinevere, and that's our top pick in the race. First start for trainer Shane Barrington. The qualifier was okay, but we're going to look for a better effort now when the money is down tonight here at the river in race number 5. So just 2 deep in that money leg as well, and that ticket will cost you for 20 cents, just $12.80. Again, we're all in on the 3 Harper's Hat Trick in race number 1. But I think Gary has got that program, and he's ready to give us his pick 5.
Yes, I do have it, Rob. You know what happened? I was at home, and I looked at my program one final time just in case there was any changes that I wanted to make, and I said, no, I'm good. We're going to go with exactly what I've got. But you know what? In the first race, the reason why I took 3 in there, because taking a key in the first race has not been good to either of us. So I have a little extra coverage just in case, but Harper's Hat Trick is my top one. I'm back on the bandwagon tonight. I see you going single. I think you're probably right. I'm just being that first race nervous because it has not been the plan of attack. In the second race, we see that second race identically. In race number 3, I have the 5 Beach Friend and 7 Deal in a Fashion. I went a little shorter. I only have 2 in there. You've got 4. And 7 is your top one, and that is one of my 2 choices. In race number 4, you know how many combinations we can win share this evening? None, because I am keying on Katie Rose's, which might seem counterintuitive because Molly Cool was really good, and so was Larjan Lena. So what the heck am I doing? Well, we'll just watch race 4 and see if maybe I'm right or maybe I'm just, as usual, not right. And in the 5th race, Holy Being is the best. But you're right to take 1 for cover because post 8 hasn't won, so my coverage is 6 jacked. Yours is the 3 on top, actually. But I got a couple there. $9.60, Rob. I looked it over and decided, no, I'm staying with it.
Well, listen, I like it, Gary, because you're taking a stand on a horse that's not likely going to be a favorite tonight. That's in race 4, the 4 Katie Roses. And hey, you can't really go wrong taking a horse that's already won 11 of 28 this year and has hit the board in 23 of her starts. So Katie Rose is going to be Gary's single in that one. Of course, I'm starting off with a single right here with the 3 Harper's Hat Trick, and he's right. We can't both win, but hopefully one of us will be a winner to start off this weekend, and hopefully you map out some winning tickets for this Pick 5 sequence. Again, guaranteed pool $2,500, and the horse will be moving out onto the track in just a few minutes. We'll come back after the post race, take a closer look at race number 1.
field for race one on parade one. Chappie's Boy, Tyler Borth for Paul Chapman. Number 2, Global Crush, Tyler Moore for Alan Shelton. And number 3, Harper's Hat-Trick, Travis Henry for Chris Haskell and Grant Shelton. And number 4, to Jennifer's credit, Jason Ryan for Sean Arnott. And number 5, Strong Enough, Lauren House for Samuel Taylor. Number 6, Manhattan Joe, Anthony Hunt for Earl McLeod and Clifton Hobbs. And number 7, Don't Write Me Out, brought me down for Elaine Reed. Field of 7, race number 1. First race starts the pick 5. We'll get right to Harper's Hat-Trick. And Rob, I see in the first race and the second race, you've gone with the full brother angle. Did you know that Wednesday night the races 1 and 2 were won by half sisters? They were both out of Lady Dillinger, so I see you're following that.
Oh wow, yeah, well, these two, yeah, they're full siblings, and looking forward to seeing Dalhousie as well, because I've seen him actually in his 2 starts at Clinton. He won both of them very impressively. So, but we got Harper's Hat-Trick here in the opener, Gary, and you know what? I thought last time it was not really a bad effort. You know, he disappointed as the favorite, but he was stuck first over a long way. That's not really the name of his game, is it? You know this horse better than anyone. He likes going to the front end and you know, trying to just run away from his competition, and he did that too back at Clinton, and I think that he's going to do that again tonight. He looks sharp on the track, reunited with Travis Henry, and 7-5 on the board right now. I think that's probably about the price we're going to get, if not a little bit lower.
Well, I got off him for one start, but I wasn't going to stay off him for long because I think he is the one to beat. But you know, One Chappie's Boy is one that had a pretty good-looking qualifier here, July the 6th. Then had a start, a decent effort, a mile of 55, so that's good speed. That's certainly a race to build on. Inside post. Will Tyler Borth be able to create speed from the inside?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, he looks good on the track right now. And the last effort, I mean, when I watched that replay, when I was considering going more than just one deep in my pick 5, I just wanted to see, you know, a little bit more to Chappie's Boy in the closing strides there. Now, granted, he still came home in 56-4, so it was impressive. And I know right after the race, you put this one on your watch list. You said right away, we got to look at Chappie's Boy next time. So to me, the most likely challenger to Harper's Hat-Trick, I just think that, you know, maybe it might be a tough task to have him get the better of that one tonight, especially if Harper's Hat-Trick gets to the lead where he is best.
Well, let's take a look at number 2, Global Crush, one that did improve nicely last race because the start before that parked every step. So really, you can't draw much of a conclusion from that. But Global Crush is one that can be a top 3 factor in here. And Global Crush, you're getting 9-1. There's some value there.
Yeah, and good post to work from, right? Post 2, and has early speed, and you know, Tyler Borth had his choice of the 2. He went with Chappie's Boy. That horse might be the one that's trending a little bit better in the right direction. But Global Crush is one that, you know, you've got to you know, give a chance to in here, especially to hit like the trifecta, maybe even underneath in the exacta, because he has that early foot off the gates. And he usually gets spotted pretty well. Now, 2 back, he got a tough trip and faded to 7th. But if you look at the other lines, he usually sets an inside trip and has pace in the stretch. So if that's the case tonight, I think he might be able to split the 2 favorites, or at worst, maybe land in the 3rd spot.
Number 5, Strong Enough, is a horse that I haven't really figured out. Every once in a while, he steps up with a good one, but he hasn't been consistent.
Well, we're in the same boat there. I have a really hard time figuring out Strong Enough as well. And the time that he won, he paid 15-1, and you know, it was one that I didn't see coming on that occasion. But this horse has shown ability, right, in quite a few of his starts in his career, and I guess just hasn't been able to put it all together to be overly consistent. But has hit the board in 4 as well this year. I couldn't really get there as a win candidate in tonight's race because I think, you know, the one problem for him is the horses that are probably the ones that he has to contend with all drew inside with post 1, 2, and 3. So I think Strong Enough is one that can land in the exotics, but that's probably his ceiling.
And, you know, I used Manhattan Joe rather than Strong Enough after we both had the same top 3. Manhattan Joe is kind of interesting because comes in off of a win, races out of a strong barn, but Manhattan Joe faces a little tougher here, but 4 wins on the year, and the earnings have been nice.
Yeah, and I've liked this one in the past, so I kind of wanted to try to get to find a way to get to him tonight. The problem for me was the step up in class. I think it's rather significant here, and plus rail last time and now post six, so I'm not too sure it's going to work out for him. He tries to leave out with the speed that's to his inside, so I think it might be a following trip. And I'll be honest, I was torn between Strong Enough or Manhattan Joe, and I went the other direction. So we're on the same wavelength, Gary.
And I should mention that Manhattan Joe went back to the paddock for a shoe adjustment, so that's the reason for the slight delay. I'll ask you a double question. I know that you love Harper's hat trick here because you singled up in the pick five. Do you feel confident enough in a straight double with one that's your top one nickel in my pocket in the second, or how deep would you go in the double? Where's your confidence factor?
Yeah, you know what? I'm four deep in that pick in the pick five, right? So it's tough. I mean, I kind of nickel in my pocket was one that I watched the replay of a few times at Georgian Downs, and I thought it looks a lot better visually than it does on paper. So I'm hoping that that I'm correct in that assessment, and he comes out and puts a big effort forth, and maybe you can maybe shorten it up to take a three with 1-4 double. You might want to use the other the sibling as well, right? Dalhousie. So I mean, I might shorten it up and play just two of them in there in the double, maybe in a few pick five tickets as well. But for me, I thought you want to kind of have a few in there, maybe even add in the three Mason Street too as well, right? So it's pretty tough. I think the inside five horses are going to contest the second race.
You know, Rob, the top this week in the NFL was that Kyler Murray, who signed the big contract with the Arizona Cardinals. They criticized that he doesn't do his film study, and even was a controversy. They had a clause in the contract that he had to spend more time studying film. We won't have to put that clause in your contract. You spend more than enough time with film study.
Yeah, I do. I spend my days, Gary, watching horses run around in circles. Right, that's the name of the game, right? When you're trying to grind it out as a handicapper and a better, right? You've got to kind of know these horses as best as you can, and sometimes the program tells a story, sometimes it doesn't, right? So, that's why it's my job to kind of watch those replays and try to give my best opinion on them. So, and again, we'll hopefully start off on the right foot tonight.
And one thing we should note, we're looking ahead to Monday, the post time, 12:30 p.m. We do have programs on sale for Industry Day. I am pouring over a program right now, Rob. You're going to have to spend some time doing some film study and some deep work. As this is a deep program, but it's also a program that is well worth the extra time looking at it. It's a lovely card.
Oh, it is. And the betting menu, that's what has me excited. I mean, listen, we've got a great card of equine athletes. We've got the best drivers and so many things happening on track. But, me, Gary, I like to make a few wagers. And I love the fact that we've added in a second guaranteed pick five. And the pick fives are guaranteed at 7,500. And we've got our pick fours up to 5,000. So that's going to be a great day. And I've actually cleared my entire schedule on Sunday. So from, morning until night, I'm going to be dissecting that program and really drilling down to hopefully find some value and maybe some sequences that might be able to pay some hefty returns.
And I'll make you this promise: I will not get off my Koopa loop in the Battle of Waterloo final, because in the Charles Jarvinski this year, I told Jamie Martin after the eliminations, Line Drive Hanover looked the best. And then by the time we got to the race, I went with somebody else, and Line Drive Hanover won in 49. I'm not going to make that mistake. Sometimes you know what you got to do? You watch the eliminations, you see something, you got to go with what you saw.
Yeah, listen, I'll always say that your first instinct as a handicapper, might be your best one. Usually is your best one, right? When you overanalyze a race, sometimes you end up with something you didn't want in the first place, and the results might come through. And look, I thought Koopa Loop made a big recovery and got back into the race. It was impressive that he just made the final. Post seven for me is difficult, though, Gary. You know that I'm going to have a hard time on Monday to take really anyone from the outside starting spots. And last year, it'll be interesting to see, right? What's the bias going to be? Because there was a heavy front end bias last time, so we're going to have to try to get a beat on that early on in the card.
Well, that's certainly something to watch for, and I know you'll be watching for that. By the time we get to race 11, we'll know what that bias is. Although sometimes, it could change throughout the day if things go differently. But certainly one of the many things you'll be keeping an eye on, and you'll be keeping an eye on the rest of the card. We'll be back with you right after this first race as we see if you can get past the first race in the pick five, because you're going alone with Harper's Hat Trick, who is even money on the board. The starting gate is rolling for race number 1. Chappie's Boy, Global Crush on the inside. In the center, Harper's hat trick to Jennifer's credit and strong enough to the outside. Manhattan Joe and Don't Write Me Out. It's a field of 7. It's race number 1 on a fun-filled Friday. As we are gathered at the river, here they come. They are flying to the start. And the rough, Harper's hat trick will leave with Chappie's Boy. Then to Jennifer's credit, Global Crush, Strong Enough, Manhattan Joe, and Don't Write Me Out. And the field works their way into the backstretch, and Harper's hat trick has grabbed the early lead. And Chappie's Boy is racing second. Global Crush is third. Then it is to Jennifer's credit, and Strong Enough, and Manhattan Joe. And Don't Write Me Out is trailing the field. Harper's hat trick has got the lead. Chappie's Boy is racing second. Global Crush is positioned third in the early action. The opening quarter was 28 seconds. To Jennifer's credit, is racing fourth. They work their way on around the turn. Strong Enough has a couple beaten there. Manhattan Joe and Don't Write Me Out. Harper's hat trick, the 4-5 favorite, with the lead for Travis Henry. Then Chappie's Boy and Global Crush, and fourth to Jennifer's credit. They're still in a line. Now Strong Enough moves on the outside. Then it is back to Manhattan Joe and Don't Write Me Out. And they work their way up past the half in 57-2. It is Harper's hat trick racing still in the pocket. Chappie's Boy. And then third on the inside is Global Crush. Then to the outside, Strong Enough is racing fourth. Fifth to the inside to Jennifer's credit. Manhattan Joe and Don't Write Me Out. Harper's hat trick. Chappie's Boy is in tow in the pocket. And Global Crush is racing third. They work their way by 3/4 in 1:25-4. And Strong Enough, and now popping into the pocket, Chappie's Boy. Chappie's Boy is in pursuit of Harper's hat trick, and Chappie's Boy is taking a slim lead. It is Chappie's Boy. Harper's hat trick, Global Crush now is moved out, and Chappie's Boy, as they come on down the stretch ride, Chappie's Boy is taken over. Harper's hat trick fighting, but Chappie's Boy has got the win. Then second went to Global Crush, and then Harper's hat trick. And to Jennifer's credit, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1:55-2. And that one is Chappie's Boy.
Yeah, I should have not doubted the Gary Guy eye test. You put this one on your watch list, Gary. I remember right after that race on July 22nd, you said, you know what, Chappie's Boy, first start back. We got to go to this one next time, and I wish I listened. Getting back in that regular rotation, took money throughout as well. He kind of took early money. His price went up, and then he took another shot right before the word go. And Tyler Borth knew where he wanted to be, being the 2-hole right behind Harper's hat trick. He pushed out enough to get it, and then popped out early on the turn and got past that one. And Harper's hat trick, got what he needed today. I mean, yes, he kind of. He didn't get any breaks on the front end. There's no question about that. But, that's the kind of race that he usually closes out, and he just didn't have it today.
Well, and it comes in 1, 2, 3, 4. In fact, 5, 6, 7. So you didn't really have to handicap. You could have just gone straight on down the list. But, Harper's hat trick certainly is a good one. But I did see the possibility that a couple could get by. So Chappie's Boy and Global Crush both get by, although Global Crush just inches by. Global Crush at 11-1 raced pretty well.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, we said that, right? He gets away in these favorable spots, stay on the pylons, and then just see what you can get in the stretch. And that's what he did tonight. And it got him the play spot. And you went with 3 horses here in the opener, and you beat a 4-5 shot. I don't think Chappie's Boy is 9-5 in the pick 5, by the way. I think that he's a much bigger price in the pick 5. But I mean, if you only get Global Crush down, Gary, then you're knocking out a large portion of the pool.
Yes, and also to Jennifer's credit, at 14-1 to round out that ticket. But we get a straight 7 in order. We don't get to see that very often, Rob. In fact, in my entire career, I've never had a 9-horse field come 1 through 9.
Yeah, you know what? I can't recall either. So that's pretty remarkable that even though it's a 7-horse field, we still went program order.
Coming back in front of us is one Chappie's Boy, a 5-year-old sports rider brown horse, owned and trained by Paul Chapman. Tyler Borth is the winning driver. It's the first win this year, 8th lifetime. Chappie's Boy, 1:55-2, just 1 tick off his career best. The first race payouts: one Chappie's Boy, 560, 320, and 210. Two Global Crush, 630 and $3, and three Harper's Hattrick, 220. $2 exactor, $38.30 try, $29.90, and the dollar super, $91.10. The first race over a finish from the top. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Once again, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Field for the second on parade. One, Nickel in My Pocket, Samuel Fillion for Mark Edward McKinnon and Larry and Marilyn Nickel. And number 2, Avid, Andre Goy for Gino Toscani. Number 3, Mason Street, Brad Padella for Dr. Trevin Shive. And 4 is Dalhousie, Lauren House for Jim Kerr and Bill Ramage. 5 is YS Better's Legacy, Anthony Hahn for Jim Lee. 6 Running on Luck, Tyler Worth for Sean Hyatt and Kyle Stratch. And number 7, Doc's Rock, Travis Henry for Cassidy Schneider. And Dr. Steve Taylor, it is a field of 7 for the second race. We get maiden pacing horses and geldings, and right away, Rob, we both like Nickel in My Pocket, and the fans don't like this one. I've left this one right now at 5-1 on the board. But the qualifier and then that first start at Georgian Downs, I think they're pretty good.
Yeah, I thought so too, and I was surprised this horse really hasn't taken much support throughout the betting. I mean, you get the rail to work from as well. Post 6 last time at Georgian. I mean, the qualifier, it gets beat 20 lengths, but the back half was good. It was 57-1, and really, if you saw that race at Georgian, kind of got shuffled back, and in the stretch, I thought that he actually had pace. And was trying to split horses late, was kind of all over the track, and I thought, finished with some decent pace coming home in 29 seconds, back half 57-3. So you get Samuel Fillion aboard this time around. This is a 5-year-old with just one start, a maturity edge, even though he's got inexperience, and I think that he might have a little bit of gate speed from what I saw from him. So if they push out from the rail tonight, Gary, I think that he might be able to give this group all they can handle.
Now, look, I could easily get behind Dalhousie. Jim Kerr is a very capable trainer. He's often put up some decent numbers, and this is one that's already got a couple of wins in 2 starts, so not hard to back.
Yeah, we saw, his full brother finish third in the opener as the favorite, and Dalhousie, 6-1 in the morning line. I thought it would take more support and is right now. Bet down to favoritism 2-1. Really impressive on debut. Blew his rivals away at Clinton, won by more than 6 lengths. And then I was more impressed with the win last time, though, because first over a long way, and it was kind of a measured first over. It was like it was never in doubt. He was 30 cents to the dollar and 28-3 on the end of that mile at Clinton. That's some serious speed. So I think that he's one that you've got to give a serious shot to in here, and obviously everyone agrees that's why he's 2-1. So 2 for 2 so far. Perfect record, and no one else in the race can say that. In fact, many of them are a little bit camera shy.
Number 2, Avid, is interesting because did win back-to-back at Sarnia, but the latter of those 2 is May the 21st, so things have gone kind of amiss. But there is a good start, 2 back thrown in there.
Yeah, and they were actually really good efforts at Sarnia. I saw both of those, and they were both, front end scores. And after that 1 and 57-2, the next time it was like the secret was out. He went from 6-1 to 15 cents in the dollar, and then since then, obviously, the form kind of tailed off. But it also kind of went with facing tougher competition, right? 2 starts at Mohawk Park, and also facing non-winners at 12,500 at Sarnia, which is infinitely tougher than who he beat, and maybe even tougher, or is tougher than what he's facing tonight. So post 2, a horse that has shown speed when it gets summoned. I think Avid is one that's very capable in here, and surprised that he's not taking more support right now at 6-1.
And a thing to note about Avid was off a month, raced June 25th and then July the 25th, and now come back 4 days later off that 55-1. And number 5, YS Better's Legacy, is one that's been good of late.
Yeah, he's been, kind of finding his best form, you could say, and he's still winless in 14 starts lifetime, but he's hit the board in 5 this year and 7 in his career, and he's kind of inching in maybe on that first victory. and he's a horse that's made more than certainly than the cap for this race. But because he's still a maiden, he does get a bit of a bigger allowance for the race. He's made over $13,000 in purse money. So 9-5 right now. To me, that's too short on him, Gary. 8-1 morning line. I would have needed at least probably 4-1 to get excited about betting him to win.
Well, he's sitting as the betting favorite, but we're both on one nickel in my pocket. 5-1 on the board if the price is held. Nickel in my pocket and Avid on the inside in the center. Mason Street, Dalhousie, and Wise Better's Legacy to the outside, running a luck, and Doc's Rockets a field of 7. It is the second dash. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Here they come. Field for the second is at the start of their off, and Wyas Better's Legacy, Nickel in My Pocket, and Avid, and then Mason Street. Nickel in My Pocket, though, uses that post one advantage to grab the lead. Wyas Better's Legacy is still pressing on the outside, though. Then racing third is Avid, and fourth is Mason Street. Then it is back further to running on luck, and then we've got Dalhousie and trailing is Doc's Rocket. Now Wyas Better's Legacy at 7-5 was able to clear to the front and leads it by about 3.5 lengths. Nickel in My Pocket at 4-1 now is racing position second. Avid is third, Mason Street is fourth, and then running on long. Then it is Dalhousie and Doc's Rocket is trailing. It was a strong opening panel of 27-3. Wyas Better's Legacy has the lead as they race off the turn and they roll on towards us, and this one's on a lead of 4 lengths right now as Anthony Hahn and Wyas Better's Legacy race on past the half. Halftime was 57-4, 30-1 second panel. Mason Street now is going to work first over. Nickel in My Pocket on the inside moves up a little closer now. Then Dalhousie is racing second over fourth and moving. Then on the outside, Doc's Rock down to the inside as they work their way on down the backstretch. That is Avid, and then running a luck, and now dueling Mason Street is going after Wyas Better's Legacy. Nickel in My Pocket broke stride. Dalhousie is a closer third now, as it is Wyas Better's Legacy. Mason Street on the outside. Dalhousie is going to save some ground on the turn, and is a length and 3/4 back. 3/4 1:26-3 as the field turns for home. On down the stretch drive they come. Wyas Better's Legacy. Dalhousie darts down to the inside. Wyas Better's Legacy, though, is game all the way to the finish. Dalhousie moves up and is beaten about a neck, and then it was Mason Street, and fourth was Avid. But 156-3, Wyas Better's Legacy went all the way down to 7-5 and was able to live up to it. It was a strong performance, Rob.
Yeah, serious, late money on this one, down to 7-5 favoritism, and you know what? Listen, it was a gutsy effort. I mean, when they went out early like that, 27-3, and even when Mason Street came to call, I thought that one might get past. But this was a game effort from Wyas Better's Legacy, a horse that was over 14 coming in. It was kind of always in the mix, but not able to get his picture taken. Well, that's not the case tonight. He gets his picture taken, and that was a real solid effort. I thought Dalhousie, with that chilly steer by Lauren House, was going to go right past him at the passing lane, but this one would have no part of that tonight.
And I do have to mention the inquiry sign is up pertaining to 5 Wyas Better's Legacy and a possible pylon violation on the final turn. But we should also mention that's why we went 4 deep in this one in the pick 5, is that it's young horses, maidens that you're trying to get a feel for. Now, Wyas Better's Legacy has had a lot of experience. You mentioned 14 starts, but it's the improving form you could notice, but still, you have to take a flyer on one that's 0-14 if you're going to take them on top.
Yeah, you do, and I think really for later on in the card tonight, this boosts up the stock of Roy Rogers, right? We're going to see that one later on, Gary, and I think that we're going to intently watch that one now, because this one got beat by a wide margin to that rival, and then comes out today and puts that performance.
Yeah, and we did note that start from the trailer post last time out, we were commenting after the race that it was a pretty solid effort. So Wyas Better's Legacy had been improving. Maybe we should have looked past the offer and realized this is a horse that was on the come. Also, Dalhousie raced very well, Rob.
Yeah, and like I said, you got two horses coming to the wire. One's 2 for 2 life, and one's 0 for 14. I thought Dalhousie would get past, but you know what? Again, this horse is facing a little bit tougher now at Grand River, and I think just getting acclimated to the next level of competition. I think Dalhousie will be just fine. I'm looking forward to seeing that one race next time.
Well, it is a 5-4-3-2. We'll see if 5YS Better's Legacy can withstand the inquiry. The inquiry pertains to a possible pylon violation on the final turn. And as it pertains to the possible pylon violation, the judge's ruling that 5YS Better's Legacy did go over one pylon, then inside one pylon, and then back out. Not a violation of the pylon regulations. The inquiry sign will go off, and it's a 5-4-3-2. The second race of Howd's 5YS Better's Legacy, 480, 290, 250 for Dalhousie, 260, 280, and 3 Mason Street, 620. $2 exactor pays $15.40. The dollar try, 38.70, and the dollar superfecta is 95.45. The $2 double of 1 and 5, 23.40. The second race order of finish from the top, 743 to 156. That's 743 to 156.
A couple of shorter price winners to start off the card so far: 9 to 5 in the opener, 7 to 5 in the second race. But I don't think they're going to play out that way in this pick five sequence so far, because the double paid pretty well, over $23. And again, I think probably beating the favorites in those two opening legs. So if you're still alive, I think you're might be in store for a better payout than you think if you can somehow run the gauntlet and get through the next three races. But if you're not alive like myself, might as well play the early pick four. It starts right here, $2,500 guaranteed pool, and I am not singling anyone in this one. We're going to go 2 by 2 after using four here in a 2-year-old trotting race. The 1, 3, 5, and 7. I'm most interested in the 1 Ocean View Miley and the 7 Deal in Fashion here. They're 8 to 1 and 7 to 1, so I'll have to play this race vertically as well. But 4 deep in the opener. Race number 4, again, we're going to use Molly Cool. Think she's the best, but post 8, we're going to add in the 1 Larjon Lena. In race 5, same thing. We think the best horse in the race is Holy Being, but post 8, we've got to use another one. And actually, I'm going to try to beat that one, even though I think that maybe she's up against it horsepower-wise, post-wise. Lady Guinevere is the horse I like in race number 5. That's the 3 first start for trainer Shane Barrington. And then in race 6, we're going to go 2 deep again. The 3 Sumax Angel, but you can't not take the 9 Shadow Moon Rising after the last effort. Now, nose on the gate last time from post 7, blasted out to the lead, this time trailing post, but if at some point in the mile he can get to the front, I think he'll be very tough to beat. Just $6.40 for a 20-cent wager. I just heard Gary come aboard here, so I want to see what he's doing in this pick 4 wager.
Well, I got to stay true with my pick 5. So in this third race, I'll just go 5 Beach Friend and 7 Deal in Fashion because that's what I have alive. But then you know what? I'm allowed. I'm going to add a horse in the 4th because, yes, I have Katie Rose as singled, but I want to add Larjon Lena. Molly Cool's the best horse in there, but I can get away with not taking post 8. But I don't think I can get away with not having a coverage with Larjon Lena because she has a license to be very good from the inside, which she was last time out. Race 5, my top 2 are Holy Being and Jacked, but I think you could be right with the 3 horse in there as well. So I'll take a 3, 6, and an 8. And in the final race, we agree. We both have the same. We see it the same way with the 3 and the 9. So there's $4.80, I believe. 24 combinations, $4.80.
There you have it, $4.80 for Gary. We're on the same wavelength, so we're going to share horses with Larjon Lena, but he's going with Katie Roses. I'm going to go with Molly Cool, who, again, post 8, folks, is no joke here, and across both gates, still over on the meet. So we'll see if that changes tonight. But you got 1 minute to keep on mapping out your winning wagers for this early pick 4 wager. Again, the pool's guaranteed at $2,500. We'll be back in just a few moments to take a closer look at race number 3.
Field for the 3rd on parade. 1 is Ocean View Mileage out of the 4th for Susie Kerwood and Princeton Farms and William and Scott Rollison. Number 2 is Santa Ambrosio. Dan O'Brien drives and trains and owns. Number 3 is Duende. It's Samuel Fillion for Luke Bland. Determination. Number 4, Dusty Lane Kalani. Gary McDonald drives and trains and owns. 5 is Beach Friend. Paul McKenzie for Dr. Ian Moore in Ratchford Stables. Number 6, Nighttime Blizzard. Travis Henry for John Chikeen and Kathy Chikeen. And number 7 is Deal in Fashion. Anthony Hunt for Eric Nadeau and McGuire Incorporated. Field of 7, race number 3. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, we're going to start with number 7, Deal in Fashion. Well, doesn't get a fashionable post position, but, well, we do see some positives on there. Enough to take this one on top rope. And looking at 6-1.
Yeah, 6-1 right now in Deal in Fashion, and it went there on top because you can see the competition that this one's been racing against. Grassroots rivals in the first 2 starts in actual grassroots events, and then starters in the most recent one. And there's been some early speed, right? And post 7, obviously difficult starting spot, but like I usually say, when it's younger trotters and some might be prone to making breaks and Strider being gapped off the gate, I don't mind as much starting towards the outside of the gate, and maybe this one can kind of leave out and come around them early. We've seen them do it before. Over the surface, and I think this one is capable of doing it. Also, you see no X's on the page either, with qualifiers over Trois Rivières, and of course the start over at Sarnia, so the shorter track might not be a problem. So I thought Deal in Fashion was one that might provide a bit of value from out there, and that's happening right now at 6-1.
Number one, Ocean View Miley, 7-1 on the board. I wasn't sure what to do with Ocean View Miley because, well, you do see some positive, but yet 2-9-2, 2-6-4. Explain it to me.
It's interesting because it's 2-6-4. It looks slow, and I mean it's not really comparable to much here. But the thing about it was that I was impressed with is that when I watched that qualifier, he was under real tight lines to Austin Sorey and looked pretty strong on the end of it. Came home in 30-4. And I just thought that she had some really nice body language. The problem is that how we now map that up against these ones. When you go 206-4, now she's going to have to go significantly quicker. But she gets to work from the pole position. Not a huge fan of that for a young trotter, but if she can get away cleanly, she should be in a good spot. You get Tyler Borth, and I just think that this is one that might really take a step forward off that qualifier because she was under wraps. Coming to the wire in that one.
Well, I love that film study. And number 5, Beach Friend, could be a friend to me. My top one in here, sent out by Dr. Ian Moore. I've taken Dr. Ian Moore's horses in the past on top, and it's been delightful. Maybe this one here as well.
Yeah, Beach Friend is one that's been, obviously working hard in the mornings. There's a lot of qualifiers for reference here. 3 at Mohawk Park coming into this, and they've been, pretty good ones. Last time, finished second to All-Star Yankee, and you look at it and say, okay, well, he should match up well against this group. It is post 5 though. You do see that one break in his initial qualifier in June. So I was a little bit concerned there to put this one on top, but I do think that Beach Friend is one of the main players in here, and 7-2 is the price that I think you'd have to demand if you're going to play him.
Number 3, Duende is one here. Well, if she wins, I'll be feeling Duende because my pick 5 ticket will go down, but I don't know what to make. This one shows some nice things, and yet that last one, finished 9th well back.
Yeah, well back. The one thing I guess you could look at is, slower early panels, and then did come a third quarter 29-3, then home in 30 seconds, but beaten by a wide margin. The qualifiers were okay. This is a homebred, one that was bred by Luke Blay and now owned by Determination. Half sister to Centra, Champagne Jane, and On a Sunny Day, who's made over 700,000. So there's definitely something there with this filly. I just don't know if it warrants taking 8-5. I looked at her and thought that she should be about 4-1 in here or higher, but she might take this kind of support, and she is right now at 8-5. So if she wins, would I be surprised, Gary? I wouldn't be, but I can't get behind her at that price.
And there's a look at number 6, Nighttime Blizzard. After 32-1 opening quarter in that qualifier, the last 3 were pretty good, Rob.
Yeah, I thought that it was pretty good qualifier last time, and it was a yearling purchase for $30,000. So 12-1. Listen, you never go wrong taking a flyer again in a race with 2-year-old trotters.
Well, it is a field of 2-year-old trotters, a field of 7. Ocean View Miley in Santa Ambrosio. In the center, Duende, Dusty Lane, Kalani, and Beach Friend. To the outside, Nighttime Blizzard, Dealin' Fashion. It's a field of 7 for the third. They're at the start of the round. Duende leaves with Beach Friend and Dealin' Fashion. Santa Ambrosio. Then Ocean View Miley and Nighttime Blizzard at the field works their way on into the backstretch. And then further back, Dusty Lane Kalani with an early break in stride. But Beach Friend is surfing along on a lead of a couple of lengths. Dealin' Fashion is second. Duende is right now third. Then it is Santa Ambrosio and Ocean View Miley, and Nighttime Blizzard is racing sixth. But Beach Friend at 2-1, and Paul McKenzie now with a lead. 29-2 the opening quarter. Dealin' Fashion is sporting the second spot. Then Duende is behind the duo of Beach Friend and Dealin' Fashion, and racing fourth is Santa Ambrosio. Ocean View Miley, Nighttime Blizzard, and then it is Dusty Lane Kalani, and they race their way up towards the half, and Beach Friend and Paul McKenzie off that 29-2 opening quarter rolls on past the half with a lead of a length and a half now, 59-4, 30-2 second panel. Deal in Fashion is racing position second, and then third is Duwende, and now Beach Friend is able to stride back out to a lead of about 2 1/4 over Deal in Fashion. Duwende's racing position to third, and then fourth is Santa Brogio, and then it is Ocean View Miley, but Beach Friend is sharp as they race on to 3/4. Beach Friend has a lead of about 4 1/4 now. Deal in Fashion second, Duwende is third, then Santa Brogio and Ocean View Miley, but Beach Friend just continues to drive. 3/4, 129-3. Beach Friend, well, doesn't have any friends, is all alone. Leads by about 7. Deal in Fashion second. Ocean View Miley is kicking in late as they turn on down the stretch drive. And Beach Friend is surfing alone to the finish. Beach Friend, Ocean View Miley now on the outside is going to pick up second. And then charging late to get third was Santa Brogio and then Duwende. Beach Friend was your friend in the third if you took this one at 2-1, Rob.
Yeah, took a lot of late money, Gary, down to 2-1. But you know what? Listen, we talked about the steady work schedule for this one in the mornings, and it paid dividends today, no question about it. Went to the lead, had a little bit of a skip off the gate there, got a little bit worried for a second about this one's chances, but then got there and was just much the best. I mean, really just buggy riding there for Paul McKenzie and won by a wide margin. So, solid connections out of the barn of Dr. Ian Moore, and I know you were fond of this one, and I guess so was the betting public, getting back to the 2-1 late.
And then we saw Ocean View Miley is one to keep an eye on because that was a nice late kick, really came flying late. So that's one to keep on your watch list for next time out.
Yeah, that was one that I had circled as a big chance tonight at 9-2, and kind of got away further back. But I like what I saw from her. Kind of what I saw from her that qualifier, except she was on top in that one, widening her margin, but really finishing her mile strongly, and obviously getting an education out there, right? Not an easy spot to get away from for a young trotter, the pole position, and I think we're going to see good things from her in the future.
Then we wind up with the two Santa Brogio and Duwende as rounding up that superfected ticket. But Beach Friend is certainly one that we're probably going to hear a little bit about now because that's the first start and looked solid. And Dr. Ian Moore certainly is one in the past to have some decent horses in the OSS.
Yeah, this one, was a $25,000 yearling purchase, and looked really good doing it today, right? At 2 minutes and 3, that's a solid enough mile for a 2-year-old colt over this surface, and really wasn't asked too much in the final stages there, right? Coming home in 31 seconds. So, good effort from this one, and I think we'll see more from him in the future.
Coming back in front of us is number 5, Beach Friend, a 2-year-old Enterprise Bay colt owned by Ratchford Stables, trained by Dr. Ian Moore. Paul McKenzie is the winning driver. Beach Friend scores in 2 minutes and 3. The third race, Pouch 5 Beach Friend, $6, $3.50, $2.71 Ocean View Miley, $5.30, $4.22 Santa Brogio, $4.60, $2 exact or $18.50, $1 try, $38.90, $1 super, $111.65. the third race. Order of finish from the top: 2, 3, 4, 7, 1, 6, 5. That's 2, 3, 4, 7, 1, 6, 5. Field for the fourth on parade one. Large on Lena Ryan DeBrush for Mark Winnicott, Jim Maximo Racing. Number two, Sharia Moore, Brett McDonough, Ron McDonald, and Lan Rosine. Number three, She's Got the Luck, Child of Birth for Sean Hyatt and Kyle Stratch. And for Katie Rose is Tyler Moore for Cameron McQueen. 5 is Perfect Rami, Sylvain Lakai for Kelly DeVal Lakai. Number 6, Keep It in Perspective, Anthony Hunt for Paul Meegans and Stacy Newman. 8 is Molly Cool, Jason Ryan for Richard Breaux and Jean-Francois Reed. And number 9 is Saturn 5, Travis Henry for Matt Dupuy and Sam Mulholland. Field of 8 for race number 4, and we're going to start right away with number 8, Molly Cool. And, well, Rob, I wished I'd have known there was going to be a scratch in here. I took a stand against Post 8 because of the fact that Post 8 hasn't won yet this year, but now it's going to be Post 7. And, you know, you might say, well, it's only one position. 13 horses here this year have overcome Post 7. None have overcome Post 8, so even if Molly Cool wins here, it won't count as a Post 8 one.
It's true, yeah. You know, that's something that we both needed to take into account, right? So it's not Post 8, it's Post 7. And Post 7 on the pace is 7 for 122 as of last week, which is around 6%. And like you said, it's over in the from Post 8. So, you know, Molly Cool, I just thought she's been so good, Gary. I mean, 2 back, she was under wraps to the wire in 55-1, and then came back off of scratch sick and did it again, same time, under no urging at all. So I just think that she's going to be too tough in here. I don't know if she needs the front end, but I think she can maybe even get there from Post 7. And if not, I think she's probably capable of sitting a trip as well. I just thought she kind of lays over this group, and she's going to be really, really tough to beat.
Well, I'll admit, I'm clearly having second thoughts, but, you know, once you take a stand, you might as well ride all the way with your stand. And besides, Molly Cool at 3-5, it's not hard to go against an outside post. So if we're going against, one Larjan Lena at 9-1 seems like a good spot.
Yeah, Post, you know, obviously the big Post advantage for Larjan Lena was a winner from that spot last time. She faces tougher, but this is a horse that's moved up the ladder in these claiming condition ranks and kind of passed every test along the way. She's won 7 of 16 on the year. She's hit the board 11 times, and she's a horse that when she gets put into play, she's really tough. I'm surprised she's not taking more support right now. 12-1 seems like a monstrous price on Larjan Lena. I know this is a tougher group, but I mean, she's raised her game to her level of competition in many of her efforts. So I'll definitely be using her underneath, and she might even be worth the win ticket right now if she stays at double digits.
And I really thought if I was going to take down Molly Cool, I thought the place to go was Katie Rose's. It worked hard last time, first time up, but overall, look, an 11-time winner this year, and certainly overall, Cameron McQueen sends them ready to rock and roll. Katie Rose is a decent play, and I'm alone in the Big Five with Katie Rose's 4-1.
Yeah, you know, I don't mind it. You took a stand against a horse with a difficult post. Obviously, that isn't the same post that we thought it was going to be. But at the same time, you know, Katie Rose is an accomplished horse in her own right. I mean, she's got 11 wins on the season, you know, and she's hit the board 23 times at a 28 effort. So I think Katie Rose is one that, you know, is likely to hit the ticket. Last time she was first over a long way. This time around, better trip, she can be right there.
And number 2 is Sharia Moore, is one that from a favorable post can leave well enough. Got a pocket trip last race. Just, you know, Molly Cool was too much the best, but nonetheless, Sharia Moore is one that could pick up a big chunk if things could be handed her way, because she could be close enough to be able to be the benefactor.
Yeah, I think that Sharia Moore is the trip horse in here, no question about it. But you're right. She got that last time and couldn't get the better of Molly Cool. Now, with the post advantage and trip advantage, maybe she can get closer, but I still think that Molly Cool's too much pony for her. So I think one you've got to use underneath in the exotics, 5-1 is probably the price you've got to demand if you're betting her to win. But again, you know, I'm sticking with Molly Cool even at a price of 4-5.
And if you want to take a flyer on a horse to sneak onto the ticket somewhere, 9 Saturn 5, because probably going to get a trip behind Larjan Lena.
Yeah, Saturn 5 actually at 40-1 right now. Pretty sure this is Ontario Racing's top pick for Melissa Keith. So if you know you want to take a shot on a horse that's a real big number and a big overlay, Saturn 5's your horse.
well, even if not to win, to get onto the ticket, because certainly should be able to be a trip horse. We're going to find out what those trips are. Larjan Lena, Sharia Moore on the inside. In the center, she's got the luck, and Katie Roses and Perfect Rami to the outside. Keep it in perspective. And Molly Cool. And from the second tier is Saturn 5, a field of 8, race number 4. They're into the stretch drive. They're at the start of the rough. Larjan Lena. Katie Rose is flying out. Molly Cool from the outside. And then Saturn 5 racing through from the trailer post. Races into the front 4. Then fifth away, Sharia Moore. Then it is back to Perfect Robbie. She's got the luck, and keep it in perspective. Early lead goes to Larjan Lena. And Saturn 5 from the second tier is racing position to second right now. Katie Roses with a seat on the inside third in front of Molly Cool. Then it is Sharia Moore and Perfect Rami. She's got the luck, and keep it in perspective. Larjan Lena's got the lead, and Saturn 5 at only 45 to 1 is racing in the pocket, and Katie Rose is third. Then it is Molly Cool and Sharia Moore as they race off the turn. Larjan Lena, 27-3 opening quarter, rolls it up to the half unchallenged, looking for a second panel breather. Saturn 5 enjoying the view. Halftime was recorded in 56-3 at 29 seconds, second panel. And now up and driving, there goes Molly Cool, and Katie Roses is still on the inside. And then it is Sharia Moore. On down the backstretch they go. Larjan Lena leads it. Saturn 5 is in a good spot. Molly Cool is working first over. Then Katie Roses and Sharia Moore is on the outside getting some urging. And now moving out, Katie Roses is on back of Molly Cool. And it is Larjan Lena. Molly Cool, Saturn 5, and Katie Roses and Sharia Moore. 3/4, 125 and 4. Now 3 wide comes Katie Roses. Larjan Lena. Katie Roses 3 wide. Molly Cool in the center. On the inside, Saturn 5 and kicking it late is keep it in perspective. They turn from Larjan Lena. Katie Roses on down the stretch route they come. Larjan Lena. Larjan Lena was large and wins it. Then on the inside, that was Saturn 5, and then it's between Molly Cool and Katie Roses, and keep it in perspective, 156-3. Larjan Lena was large.
She was, Gary. You know, we talked about this horse, though, and how she raised her level of competition to who she raced against. And she did that tonight. When she got to the lead, and it was kind of uncontested, even though she was going, pretty big fractions early, I said, oh, this is going to be tough for anyone to beat this horse. So, it was a fine effort from Larjan Lena. She's a gutsy horse, and she proved it again tonight.
Yes, she certainly did. She was large, and you know what? Somebody might be happy about an exactor ticket if they took the advice of taking Saturn 5 at 45 to 1 to be on the exactor ticket.
Yeah, listen, it was a possibility that we said, that if Saturn 5 is just a real big number on the board, and she's going to follow that one off the gate, and it's a perfect trip in behind her, as often happens in that situation, and ended up, completing that exact at a big price. And listen, Molly Cool, when she took down into the 4-hole, I knew we were in big trouble, especially then when Katie Roses didn't go first over. First over was not going to be her best path to victory tonight, no question about it. But she still grinded out hard out there to get a piece of it on the end.
I had a moment that I thought Katie Roses might be coming, because pulled off of that cover a little quicker than I thought, so that tipped me to maybe that Tyler Moore thought Katie Roses was loaded for bear, but it wasn't to be.
No, it wasn't to be tonight, but it was a chilly steer by Tyler Moore, because he ended up kind of, staying inside to then come out second over behind Molly Cool, right? So he gave her every chance tonight, and it was a decent enough effort. But again, Larjan Lena, when she gets to the front like that, she's just so tough to beat, and that was just one of those typical gutsy performances from her tonight.
Well, Rob, my idea of going against Molly Cool and looking to beat that one and get a price was right, just the wrong ones.
Yeah, no, it's true. But you did say you're going to use this one in the pick 4 at least.
Yeah, that was the coverage one in case the 4 was wrong, but. Well, a consolation prize, but nonetheless, Larjan Lena was large, and a 4-year-old state treasurer bay mare, owned by Gemaximo Racing, trained by Mark Winnicott. Ryan DeRoche is the winning driver. It's the 8th win this year, 14th lifetime. Larjan Lena, 156-3. The fourth race payouts went large on Lena, 356.80. Dollar try 1704.85, and the dollar super 19 all 956.65. That's kind of a ka-ching. The fourth race order finished in the top 168475, scratch 32. That's 168475, scratch 32. Field for the fifth on Parade 1 commemorative. Blair Burgess for Corinne Olsen Burgess in S&R Racing. Number 2, I Think Not. Lauren House for Nelson White and Deborah White and David Lawrence. 3 is Lady Guinevere Teleporth for Shane Barrington and Percy Elkins. 4 is Alexa Play Country, Ron Waples Jr. for James Fullerton. 5 is Miss Tori, Paul McKenzie for Paul Meekins and Saltwater Stable. Number 6 is not there, but 7 is Don Corleone, Challenger for Gary McDonald and Levi Kepfer. 8 is Holy Being, Travis Henry for Andrew Cars and Aaron Wadek-Wine and Dr. Ruth Irving. Number 6 is Jacked, Brent McDonough for Bob McIntosh and CSX Stables and Dave Boyle. And 9 is Woodshed Anthony Hunt for Dave Holiday and Graham Jackson. Field of 9, race number 5 starts the pick 3. And Rob, well, in race 4, we had an 8 that we thought was the best in there, and you went with and I went against. And in this race, I think the 8's the best one in here, and we went the other way around. You went against and I went with, and you went against with Lady Guinevere.
Yeah, I went with this one, Gary. And you know what? Honestly, it was one of those things where I guess you can't really take back-to-back 8 holes. Now, it didn't end up being 8 hole for Molly Cool, and she ended up finishing third anyways from post 7. But I just looked at Lady Guinevere, and you know, there's a reason for her to improve, right? She'll go to the track right now, by the way. Hopefully see a good score down here with Tyler Borth. But first start now for Shane Barrington. Good post to work from. And if you like Holy Being and thought that Holy Being's been racing really well, the lines are pretty similar, right? Coming from the maiden ranks at Mohawk Park. So I looked at it and said, you're going to have a horse with a really difficult post going off at a short price. Another one that, you know, might be as good as that one. We don't really know, but might be as good as that one with a better post and a much better price. 9-1 on the board right now. Lady Guinevere is the horse that, you know, I'd probably take a shot on.
And Holy Being came here off of a break and, well, won back-to-back. So maybe Lady Guinevere will do the same thing. There is Holy Being. I think we agree might be the best. And the reason to go against would be the post. And that's a pretty strong reason.
It is, and I mean, you know, the price right now is 3-1. So I mean, it's not like this horse is getting bet off the board. And we saw kind of antics from him last time, you know, when he was kind of getting fumbly and stuff. So he was galloping through the post parade this time. He's trying to, you know, you can see Travis trying to keep him quiet. He was in the infield a moment ago, but you know, right now I'd say, you know, from post date and the pre-race appearance, I'd probably be leaning more against Holy Being right now.
You know who interested me was 6 Jacked. It's your third choice and my second one, but you know, Jacked, that back half in the qualifier kind of jumps out at me, and then it's Bob McIntosh.
Yeah, and this one, you know, is a full brother to Hope So, who was won 6 for 45, 85,000 made, and the qualifier, you know, was a good one. I mean, it was a short field. I think there was only 3 horses in that race, and Ritson and Stable Genius both were, you know, 15 lengths ahead, hitting the wire together. But they're certainly more accomplished than a maiden group, right? So you'd have to think that off that and that 29-2 final quarter and a decent back half, going to be competitive in here, but it's still a first-time starter against you know, horses that have had more experience. So 8-5 for me might be a bit short as well. So I'm happy to be on a bigger price from a decent post.
Number 9 Woodshed. Well, we saw the trailer post get onto the ticket last time. In fact, all the way up to second. I'm not suggesting that, but Woodshed from the trailing post last time got onto the ticket to finish 4th.
Yeah, well, listen, Woodshed, you know, I thought, you know, maybe could have done a little bit better last time when he got away in the 2-hole, but ended up still finishing 4th in a race that, you know, Epic Thrill ran a pretty good one. So Woodshed this time around, you know, trailing post again. Where is he going to get away is the question. You know, if he gets away in a similar spot or at least forwardly placed, I think he can get a piece of it again. 14-1 is not the worst price in the world.
You know, horse, we have 5 on the screen right now. This filly intrigues me because, yeah, made breaks last time out at Hanover, but before that, we saw this one race reasonably well here, and there are some flashes. Finished those miles well.
Yeah, and she's taking kind of moderate support in here at 6 to 1. Miss Tori was one that I wasn't sure what to do with. I actually used her on the bottom end of it in a couple of those starts. Now coming back off of about 3 weeks off, and now a new pilot in Paul McKenzie. I think she's certainly good enough to get a piece of it in here. Just not sure she can challenge the other ones.
And there's we saw Don Corleone, and Don Corleone. I think right now, even though it's 19 to 1, that's still an offer I can refuse because I see lots of breaks on the dance card.
Yeah, Gary, there's a lot of horses in here though that have breaks on their program, so a little bit worried about that. And this is a race that you might want to watch to start closely. If you're betting it off the gate.
Well, right now, Lady Guinevere at 9 to 1. You gotta love the price, and 6 Jacked. Brett McDonald is the 9 to 5 betting favorite. 8 Holy Being is sitting at 2 to 1 as a strong second choice. Taking up their positions, Commemorative. I think not. Lady Guinevere. In the center, Alexa Play Country, Miss Tori to the outside, Jacked and Don Corleone and Holy Being. And the second tier, Woodshed. It's a field of 9 for race number 5, and right now an early break from Holy Being. And Holy Being with another break is well back. They're at the start and they're off, and Miss Tori is going to fly out on the inside. I think not. Lady Guinevere is out well as the field works on around the turn, but it is, I think not. Lady Guinevere on the outside. I think not has the lead, but is, I think not, going to keep the lead. I think not, because it's going to be Lady Guinevere to take over. I think not is now second. Commemorative is third. Woodshed out well from the trailer post to be racing fourth. Alexa Play Country, then Miss Tori, Jacked, and Don Corleone. And Holy Being made that break in stride. The inquiry sign is up, and it pertains to the start and Holy Being. And also we get some breakers. Miss Tori and Woodshed. And Alexa Play Country is also off stride. So now the field is spread out, and it is Lady Guinevere who's in a good spot, and this field is spread as they come racing up to the half. Lady Guinevere dropped to 7-2 on the board. I think not is racing second, and then racing position to third. That is Commemorative. Jacked now is racing fourth as they work their way on into the backstretch. On down the backstretch they go. Then racing position to fifth now. Holy Being has recovered to race from fifth and now has moved to the outside, but it is Lady Guinevere's to lose. But Jacked on the outside is getting closer. Lady Guinevere. Jacked now has moved up, and Jacked is now racing second and closing on Lady Guinevere, and then racing on the outside. Holy Being has now moved up to take over third. I think that's racing fourth, and then Commemorative and Don Corleone. Lady Guinevere. Jacked is racing second, but Lady Guinevere is sharp on the lead as they turn for home. Lady Guinevere and Jacked, and then Holy Being. On down the stretch drive they come. Lady Guinevere is going to score. Jacked is a sharp second, beating a length, and then Holy Being, I think not, and then Don Corleone, a mile of 2:01 and 1. The inquiry sign will go up pertaining to the start, and number 8, Holy Being. But Lady Guinevere, take a bow, Rob.
Yeah, well, we'll see if we get to keep this price, though. I guess we'll have to see what the decision is on the start for Holy Being. But yeah, Lady Guinevere, again, looking for a horse that has a reason to improve, right? And if you liked Holy Being, you go back and you look at the efforts that she came from Mohawk Park with. This horse had very similar ones, and I thought that now in the barn of Shane Barrington, we might see a better effort. Tyler Borth, got her off the gate really well. I was concerned about the start with this one because she's broke at the start before. As soon as she was landed on the front and did it smoothly, I said, okay, I think we're in business here. And she goes all the way on the front end. But listen, don't take nothing away from Jacked. First time starter, and chase this one gamely to the wire, I think we're going to see him come back and do some pretty good things.
He has definitely beaten just a length and did race really nicely. And things kind of went Lady Guinevere's race too, which is sometimes when you have young trotters, not unexpected that there would be a few knocked out of the race. So things just kind of really unfolded well.
Yeah, it did, no question about it. I mean, there was confusion in the backfield with a couple of breakers, and you know, Gary, it goes back to structuring pick five tickets, and I'm a little bit upset at myself right now because I missed the opening leg. I used Larjon Lena, but this is the type of horse I should be singling. You single the horse is going to be a better price. Single the horse that's not going to be a single for others, and build a ticket around them. This is a pretty good payout for a pick five that was gettable.
Yeah, we needed to combine our thoughts because I was the one that wanted coverage for Harper's hat trick with the 1 and 2 and was able to score that way. But then I needed to add in Larjon Lena, which I did like in the fourth. So both of us, it wasn't the handicapping, it was the money management.
It's true, yeah. And structure, right? Ticket structure is so important, and it takes years and years sometimes before you can actually get that down. And you can be the best capper in the world if you can't put a ticket together. It's hard to cash these tickets.
Well, certainly that education, the tuition fee can be a little pricey, but the education is strong. Back in front of his number 3, Lady Guinevere, a 3-year-old royalty for Life Bay filly, owned by Percy Elkins of Milton. Shane Barrington's the trainer. Tyler Borth, the winning driver. Lady Guinevere, victorious in 201 and 1. And by the way, also, I should note that out trackside, and congratulations on your retirement from Westmount Golf and Country Club, and a happy 64th birthday to Dave White. Happy birthday, Dave. Enjoy your retirement. Fans note the judges ruling that number 8, Holy Being, is going to be wholly refunded. Was outside of the Fair Start poll at the start of the race. A refund at number 8, Holy Being. Fans note the new top 4 will be 3627 with the refund of number 8, Holy Being. The race 5 payouts 3, Lady Guinevere, 710, 373.46 Jack, $340, $3 I think not, 380. $2 exactory, $25.80 try, $112.85 the dollar super, $899.30. And the pick 5, 5 of 5, $1,416.15. The fifth race. Order of finish from the top. 641872. Hold on a second.
That's it. Read it.
It's 641872. 4. No, correction, 3. It's actually 3. And fans, just to note, we have the Catch the Ace tickets, which is a fundraiser for Groves Hospital in Fergus. Those tickets are available on the Grandway patio. Note the prize pool of $85,000. And once again, note the Catch the Ace tickets, that fundraiser for Groves Hospital in Fergus, available on the patio. Get those tickets and support the Groves Hospital in Fergus. Prize pool of $85,000. Field 4, race number 6 on parade. 1, that moment in life, Lauren House for Tim Myers and David O'Macaulay. 2 is Jordan Dale, Brett Madonna for Brian Eckenstein and Debbie Eckenstein. 3 is Sumac Angel, Paul McKenzie for Sue McKenzie. And number 4 is Yell Lonely Charlie, Jason Ryan for Tim Jacobson and James Lewis. 5 is hashtag Watch Me Anthony Hunt for Sean Arnott and Joe Tinelli. And number 6, Late Night Dealer Samuel Filya for Carol Avoye and Bruce Tremblay. And number 7 is Yarm Travis Henry for Madeline Henry and Craig Wood. And number 8 is Côte d'Azur. It is Blair Burgess for Corey Nelson Burgess and R.A.W. Ekwine and James Walker and Sterling Fisher. And 9 is Shadow Moon Rising, Tyler Borth for Shane Barrington and Rick Ryer and Paul Burbrick. And a numbered company from Hanover. Field of 9, race number 6. This dash features the Super High 5, so we better get right to it. And Rob, I'm surprised that all but one of the cappers are in on the 9 Shadow Moon Rising. Both of us are in on that one, but look at post 9's only 5 out of 76 on the year. Second worst post position. 3-1, though, I think tells the story that it's pretty wide open.
Yeah, it's true. But you know what? I mean, I'd prefer the trailing post over post 7. Now, maybe not with Shadow Moon Rising and we did last time because he was pushing the gate away. I mean, it was one of the most impressive, leaving efforts I've seen from a horse here at the River because he was really fired up. He went straight to the front and he blew that field away at a nice price. Now you're going to get a shorter number tonight. Now from the trailing post, he looks sharp on the track. We just saw these same connections. Shane Barrington and Tyler Borth win with Lady Guinevere, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them double up right here in race number 6 with a horse that raced fantastic last time and has really been in great form. Right, no worse than second last 3 here at the River, and I think that if he gets away decently enough from the second tier, he's going to be able to move towards the lead, pretty early in the mile and get the job done.
Number 3, Sumac Angel is interesting because of the last 3 times that he raced here, 2 of them were pretty strong. Was able to get off the gate well. That's the key, and post 3.
Yeah, and I desperately needed him last time, and it looked like he was all doubled up with all kinds of pace, and and sometimes a horse will be like that, and then they use all their energy, kind of fired up in the pocket. Maybe that's what happened to Sumac Angel last time, but when it came to the stretch drive, was pretty much empty compared to the likes of Shadow Moon Rising. So I couldn't put Sumac Angel on top again. I had to put this one in the second spot, but I do agree that this was going to blast off the gate tonight. Might be the leader, and could be tough to beat if that's the case. But for me, it's 9-3.
And I think one of the reasons why both of us were comfortable using the 9 on top is we expect one that moment in life to be able to leave. He has in the past.
Yeah, he does. And I mean, you get the rail to work from. This horse does have some early foot. Now, it is first start back after a bit of a layoff, but this horse is 7 out of 12 in the top 2 this year and was racing well at Western Fair before going on the shelf. So I think if this one pushes away even just a little bit, should help Shadow Moon Rising get away off the gate in a decent spot, and we'll see that one remove. But that moment in life, I thought the qualifier was okay. I think that you can build on that for a decent effort on here.
And number 4, EL Lonely Charlie certainly shows enough form this year to be a consideration.
Been racing good at Hanover, and he's kind of done it all. He's been forwardly placed. He's come from way out of it, and kind of a versatile type that now gets to get his nose back on the gate after having the trailing post last time. A favorable spot to be for him. I think that if he can get a helmet and trip out, he can be a big part of this. And at 9-1 on the board right now, he might be the one sporting the value.
I didn't know where I wanted to use Late Night Dealer on the card, but when you look at the speed, you see a couple of 54 and a 53 and 2, and I thought, I got to use him somewhere.
And I was chasing this one when he first went to the barn of Carol Voyer, and I think that Late Night Dealer, I thought would be a sleeper in here, but taking support at 5-1, I think he's got to get forwardly placed. Might be difficult from out there.
Well, right now the tote board's gone to about, I think, where we expected. Shadow Moon Rising is the favorite, but at a decent price of 2-1. We can go with that. That moment in life on the inside with Jordan Dale and Sumac Angel. In the center, you lonely Charlie and hashtag watch me to the outside. Late night dealer in Yarm and Côte d'Azur. And the second tier, Shadow Moon Rising. It's a field of 9. It's the 6th dash on a fun-filled Friday at the river. Here they come. Field for the 6th race is at the start of the rough. Sumac Angel, that moment in life in Jordan Dale. Yarm from the outside. Shadow Moon Rising is getting out well on the back of that moment in life. That moment in life has a slim lead. Jordan Dale continues to drive, and Shadow Moon Rising on the inside. Now Sumac Angel is racing outside third, and Shadow Moon Rising is fourth. Then it'll see a lonely Charlie and back to Yarm and hashtag watch me. Late night dealer in Côte d'Azur. Now Jordan Dale is going to drive up and take the lead. That moment in life is second. Sumac Angel third, and Shadow Moon Rising fourth. And now that moment in life has got the lead back as Jordan Dale had just a moment on top. That moment in life now is taken over. Here comes Shadow Moon Rising now, moving up with authority on the outside, 28 into opening quarter. Shadow Moon Rising, and Tyler Borth now has come on to grab the lead. Shadow Moon Rising, that moment in life. Jordan Dale is third. Sumac Angel is working first over. Then a lonely Charlie and hashtag watch me late night dealer Côte d'Azur, and Yarm is trailing 58 and 2 as the halftime. Into the backstretch they go, and Shadow Moon Rising has risen and taken a lead of a length and 3/4. That moment in life is right there in the pocket, and Sumac Angel is racing outside third. Jordan Dale fourth, and then a lonely Charlie and hashtag watch me late night dealer. Yarm 3 wide, Côte d'Azur on the inside. Shadow Moon Rising 3/4 coming up for Shadow Moon Rising. Yeah, lonely Charlie to the outside, 3 wide closing. 3/4, 127 and 4. And Shadow Moon Rising, and Tyler Borth is a passenger on a horse that's on fire as they turn for home. Shadow Moon Rising, that moment in life, and a lonely Charlie. Jordan Dale and Sumac Angel. Shadow Moon Rising, rolling to the finish to win it and take it by about 4 or 5. That moment in life was able to finish second. Then it was Jordan Dale and lonely Charlie, 156 and 4. Shadow Moon Rising, that was a very crafty steer by Tyler Borth, Rob.
It was, and you know what? I hate to say that that's what I expected, but it was what I said, right? You got to just get away well. We were right about that moment in life, pushing out of there, went to the early lead, and this one, kind of got away right behind him, and then was waiting for that move to the lead early in the mile. That's exactly what he did. I mean, he's got a ton of horse with Shadow Moon Rising. This horse has been super sharp, and now top 2 in his last 4, dominant winner last time from post 7. Now does it from another tricky post here at the river in post 9, and really, tight lines to the wire there. Tyler Borth, though, you're right. Very slick steer on a horse that's razor sharp right now.
And that moment in life helped that steer because, as we thought, that moment in life, despite being off a little while, was ready to rock and roll from the inside to help things out, but did stick around for second.
Yeah, it was a good effort, really, from that one, and the price was right. We always say if you like the one, you like the 9, and vice versa. And if you're gonna like Shadow Moon Rising and even money, you have to like that moment in life, because if that moment in life doesn't get off the gate, this horse is going to be coming from Pluto. So I thought that 9 to 1's a real big price on that moment in life, and hoping that holds up in the exotics.
Yeah, the problem with also Sumac Angel raced well, but came first up, and that was a difficult spot to be in.
Yeah, tried to leave to get the lead, and the problem is that the 2 inside blasted out of there, so stacked up 3 wide, had to take down, and in taking down ended up kind of in a bad spot, and then Shadow Moon Rising beat that one to the first over move to get to the lead, and then Sumac Angel had to go first over against a much more difficult opponent in Shadow Moon Rising. So not an ideal trip for Sumac Angel this time, one to watch for next time.
Well, coming back in front of us, Shadow Moon Rising, 3-year-old Shadow Play Bay Gelding, owned by Rick Breyer and Paul Burbrick and a numbered company from Hanover. Shane Barrington's the trainer, and Tyler Borth, the winning driver. Second win this year, 3rd lifetime. Shadow Moon Rising, 156 and 4. The sixth race payouts 9. Shadow Moon Rising 420 to 93.31. That moment in life for 76.50 and 2. Jordan Deo 730. Dollar High 5 1190 445. $2 exactor, $35.70 try, 134.75. The dollar win for 404, 201.35. The sixth race order of finish from the top. 235 479 861. That's 235 479 861.
Well, things are looking up. We did get that early pick four, spent just over $6, got back just over 40 for a 20-cent bet. So that's not so bad. We got 2 wins in a row. So maybe we're starting to heat up a little bit here. Back-to-back winners, Tyler Borth and Shane Barrington. That certainly helped. Let's try to ride that momentum now into the late pick four wager this evening. And let's go home a winner, starting right here in race number 7. And well, I think that this is a sequence that there's some opportunities in. And for me, I'm gonna not single anyone in this one as well. It worked in the last one. I hate not taking a single, but it worked in the last one. We're gonna start with just the 1 and 5 here. The 1 Donahue Sealster and the 5 Roy Rogers. I think Roy Rogers' stock goes through the roof now with that victory of YS Better's Legacy earlier on tonight. So, for me, I'm not feeling as good about having Donahue Sealster on top now, but Roy Rogers, I've got both of them in this pick 4 sequence. In race 8, the 3, 4, and 7, Mr. X, Hercules JM, and Evasive Card Check. Those are the 3 that finished, in the top 3 last time in that class. I think you need all 3 of them once again in tonight's installment. In race 9, I'm intrigued by the 1 Santa Cruz Sealster. We've seen these connections with this horse in the past with success, and now off a nice qualifier. I'm hoping that one might be a bust out in this late pick 4 from the rail. Also using the 3, She's a Comedian. I think that one is bound for better things tonight here at the River. Tough trip last time, first over, 2 back, and a decent effort at Georgian Downs last time. In the last leg, the 3 and 4, just too deep in the trot to close it out. Peter Crown, who we've said has been improving week after week, and the 4, Let's Take to the Sky. I thought last time was a difficult trip. This time around, I think his nose in the gate. He's going to go or try to go right to the front early on and might go all the way on the engine. That ticket right there, $4.80 for a 20-cent bet. Let's see what Gary's got for us tonight.
Well, I kind of went somewhat similar and somewhat different. So in the first leg, I'll just go with Roy Rogers. Give me the 5. And then in race number 8, well, I think the Mr. X, Hercules Jam, and Evasive Card Shark, the winner comes out of those 3. So I would go with a 3, 4, 7, the same as you have. So I've just gone the single in the 7th, 3 horses in the 8th. We're similar to that point, but this is where we get different. In the 9th race, I've got Reaganomics and Madigal, the 4 and the 5. So I'm different there. And then because I didn't use that 1 horse in the 7th, I'm going to fan out to 3 horses here in this 10th race. So I have Let's Take to the Sky, Arcanum, and Peter Crown, the 3 of them there. So that's my ticket, taking races 7, 8, 9, and 10. So look at, we're just doing the math on the fly. A single, and then 3, and then a pair is 6, and another 3, 18, $3.60.
Well, there you have it, folks. $3.60 for Gary, and neither of us can, or we both can't win, anyways. And he's going with the other 2 logical ones in that race. I'm sticking with a couple there that I feel pretty strongly about, but I think that we are going to see the post parade now for race number 7. We'll be back in just a moment. Take a close look at this dash.
And on post parade for the 7th.
Oh my God.
Number 1 is Donahue Sealster, Travis Henry for Madeline Henry and Chris Haskell and Grant Shelton and Stanley Henderson. 3 is Tryon DeVee, Andre Goy for Gino Toscani. 4 is Shanghai Kai, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Kimberly McNiven and Donald Douglas. 5 is Roy Rogers, Tyler Moore for Melissa Lamoureux. And number 6 can be a treasure, Anthony Hahn for Cassidy Schneider and Bob Chappell. And number 7 is going to be Doc's Paparazzi, Tyler Borth for Blair Burgess and Dr. Andrew Rock. It's going to be a field of 6 for race number 7. Let's get a look at the field for race number 7. And the first one we're going to be looking at, Rob, will be the most logical one. I think 5 Roy Rogers looked pretty dominant here, although Donahue Silster did go quicker than Roy Rogers last time out, but Roy Rogers didn't need to go any faster.
No, he did not. And I actually, I called an audible here, Gary, and I actually put Donahue Seelster on top. But you know what? I wish I could probably change that now after seeing what YS Better's Legacy did earlier. I would actually switch back to my original top choice based on what we saw from that one earlier tonight. But in any event, we'll talk about Roy Rogers first. Yeah, he was fantastic last time. He went to the front. He blew the field away. It was not something I was expecting from him after disappointing first over the time before that. But that improvement was a big one. And now he does take on tougher. But if he just kind of takes a step forward, even maintains that form coming into this one, I think it'll be tough to beat. And again, that form reference of what we saw earlier tonight from the runner-up, I think really weighs heavily in here.
When you call an audible, when the quarterback calls an audible, he's got to make sure the wide receivers know the new route. Otherwise, they run down the field like, well, here I am. There's one Donahue Seelster. Fill me in on Donahue Seelster, 9-5. Certainly the speed of the last one jumps out.
And this is what I know you've been fond of as well. And last time I thought the effort, it was a good one. Real to work from. Called in Sick and Sunshine Love were both heavily backed in that race. And this one did well to get away well, set a good trip. It was only beaten by a length by a couple of horses that were highly touted. That was first time Lasix. This is now second time Lasix. Many will say that usually that medication really helps out, especially the second start using it. So I like his chances tonight. He's a horse that's kind of, was a little bit off form and one that I was chasing at here and at Hanover. But now I think we're in a spot where we're going to see his best effort. 5-2, he's the value. Compared to 3-5 on Roy Rogers.
And 7 Docs Paparazzi, I think, has to be considered the next one, and now will benefit with a scratch.
Yeah, and the scratch helps him out a little bit. He still has to work from the uttermost post in the race, and I think that he's one that kind of figures for a piece in here. I can't really put him in the same class as Roy Rogers or Donahue Seelster, but I think he's the most likely one to round up the trifecta.
And number 4 is Shanghai Kai. The record overall is light, but the recent form is better.
It is, and that win two-back was one that I didn't see coming, and he kind of made a power move to the lead and then opened up a huge margin before hanging on by a length at the end of it and actually beat Roy Rogers in that effort. So now you're getting 14-1 on a horse that beat the 1-2 shot just two back, and last time a decent effort as well. 14-1 in Shanghai Kai, one that can probably get a piece of it.
Well, the fans have chimed in with 5 Roy Rogers, 1-2 on the board, although the audible 1 Donahue Seelster. We'll see how it unfolds as we have a field of 6 Donahue Seelster and trying to be on the inside of the center. Shanghai Kai, Roy Rogers. The outside can be a treasure. And Doc's Paparazzi. It's a field of 6. It is race number 7. They're approaching the top of the stretch. And the field of the 7th race is at the start in the rough, and it is trying to beat Doc's Paparazzi. Pops out Donahue Seelster and Roy Rogers, but Doc's Paparazzi on the outside making a spirited move to the lead. Donahue Seelster is second, trying to be third. Roy Rogers is currently racing fourth, and then it is Shanghai Kai and Can Be a Treasure. Donahue Seelster is going to reclaim the lead now. Doc's Paparazzi is yielding and racing the pocket, and Tryon DeVee is trying things from third. Roy Rogers is racing fourth, and then Shanghai Kai and Can Be a Treasure. Donahue Seelster 6-5 on the board, leads 29-second opening quarter. Doc's Paparazzi racing second, trying to be his third. Roy Rogers racing position fourth. And then it is Shanghai Kai and Can Be a Treasure. And now Roy Rogers is popped out from fourth. They race off the turn. Donahue Seelster, Doc's Paparazzi. Now Roy Rogers is moving on the outside. And then it is Tryon DeVee and Shanghai Kai and can be a treasure. 59-1 is the halftime. Donahue Silger has the lead, but Roy Rogers moving on the outside. But Docs Paparazzi is still second. Roy Rogers might have flattened out a little bit and now is going to tuck down to the inside. Then it is Shanghai Kai who's underway on the outside, and then it is back to Tryon to be and can be a treasure. Donahue Silster leads by about 2.5 lengths. Docs Paparazzi is second, Shanghai Kai third. Then Roy Rogers can be a treasure and Tryon to be. 3/4 in 127, Donahue Silster. Docs Paparazzi, but here comes Shanghai Kai. Shanghai Kai driving on the outside. Donahue Silster, they turn for home. Donahue Silster and Travis Henry as they come on to the finish. Docs Paparazzi up the inside to make it close. Docs Paparazzi popped up and took it away from Donahue Silster. Then it was Shanghai Kai and Roy Rogers, 156-2. Docs Paparazzi had some pop early and some pop late.
Well, yeah, Doc's paparazzi, blast. As soon as he blasted off the wings of the gate, I said, "Oh, this is going to be big trouble here." And I think Tyler Borth decided, he wants to win, just win out. Might as well win all the races from from the middle of the card on, because another victory for Tyler Borth. And it's one of those things, Gary. They always say, "Don't change your mind, don't change a ticket." The original Pick Four ticket that I submitted tonight had this one on it, and I said, "You know what? I'm going to save the money, and we're gonna just go with the 1 and 5."
And by the way, lovely camera work. You always admire the camera work. Did you see that?
Yeah, I love it. Always the camera work's always amazing here. Broadcast team's the best there is, and yeah, fantastic stuff there. But I just wish that we could have stayed alive in our ticket there. But hey, Docs Paparazzi earned that victory, no question about it.
It's been a night of woulda, couldas, and shouldas, and yet you know what? It's we've had some nice payouts, but it's been reasonably formful, and you can figure it out, and just been a woulda, coulda, shoulda night.
It really is, yeah. It has been, and just more of a testament to don't change your original tickets. When you make a mistake on a ticket too, I've always believed don't cancel that ticket. If you can afford it, you might as well keep it and then rebet what you were supposed to. Because yeah, I saved a couple bucks, and now we're missing out on what might be a nice pick four here.
Well, one that starts off with a 13-1 winner with Tyler Borth, and certainly was able to flash from the outside. Donahue Silster did race very well, though.
Did race well, yeah. You see on the final turn he started to get a little bit tired, and I said, "Oh, this is going to be a bit of a sweat fest in the stretch," and that's exactly what it was. Docs Paparazzi, that leaving move was what it was all about tonight, and getting into that two hole and just taking advantage of one that got a little bit tired late. But take nothing away from Docs Paparazzi, it was a nice victory.
Back in front of us, the winner of race number 7. It's number 7, Docs Paparazzi. 3-year-old, he's watching Bay Gelding, owned by
This is his fourth.
Dr. Andrew Roberts, trained by Blair Burgess. Tyler Borth with 4 wins on the evening. It's the second win this year's second lifetime. Docs Paparazzi, 156-2. The 7th race payout, 7 Docs Paparazzi, 29-20, 770 and 330. Donahue Silter, 320 and 250 and 4. Shanghai Kai, $4, $2 exactor, $86.40 try, $88.35 super, $119.75, and the dollar pick 3 of 3, $206. Fans, in this 8th race, note that we have claims entered on 2 Julio Loman, 4 Hercule JM, and 7 Evasive Card Shark. Claims entered on 2, 4, and 7. The 7th race, order of finish from the tops at 2 scratch 5, 3, 4, 6, 1. That's 2 scratch 5, 3, 4, 6, 1. Field 4, race number 8 on parade. 1, Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear. Anthony Hahn for Courtney Bishop. Number 2, Julio Loma. Jay Harris for Rafael Broussard, Mark Jelena, and Blake Smith. Claim entered. Number 3, Mr. X, out of the board for Sean Hyatt and Kyle Stretch. For Hercules JM, Tyler for Cameron McQueen. Claims entered. 3 of them. 5 is Joey Delicious, Samuel Filia for Katarina Bosniak and J.J. Stables. And number 6, Jet Set Charmer Brett McDonald for Ron McDonald. Brett's the owner. And number 7 is Evasive Card Shark Travis Henry for Bruce Scott and Craig Ellis. A claim entered. Claims on 2, 4, and 7. Let's get right to this race. And, well, Rob, your top one, you went with number 3, Mr. X. And that's a logical one with 59 lifetime wins and gate speed.
Yeah, Mr. X, he's a classy individual and one that, last time I needed him desperately, and I thought the effort, though, was a real rock solid one. I mean, he left out of there, and then when he had to let Hercules JM go and then move back around that one. That takes a lot out of a horse, and that's what he did. And then he still took on, all challengers before almost hanging on at the wire. I thought Mr. X really raced well last time. And granted, Hercules JM had to work pretty hard too to get down from the 8-hole. But I thought Mr. X can rebound with a victory here. And wow, if he does, Tyler Borth is just going to keep the win parade going.
I cannot believe that I'm the only handicapper taking 4 Hercules JM on top. I thought that last start with Cameron McQueen with Hercules JM was just outstanding. But your second choice, I'm alone with Hercules JM.
Yeah, it was a great effort. I mean, post 8 again came around Mr. X. I like the fact that Mr. X had to leave hard, let this one go, and then come back around Hercules JM. So again, it was a real solid effort to only get beat half a leg, no question about it. The claims are in tonight, and easier to get forwardly placed from post 4, but he's still going to have to deal with Mr. X early. So my hope would be that it lines up 3-4. But Hercules JM right now taking the sport at 5-2. He's certainly a big player.
And if the posts were even between our top 3, we might have gone with Evasive Card Shark, but they're not even. It's post 7.
No, and he overcame post 9 last time, and there was a lot of traffic in that race, and that was my hope. I know you loved him last time from post 9, and I was trying to get him beat, and he got into the traffic that I thought he would get into, but he still overcame it and produced a real solid victory to get up by a head, and you had to charge late to get there. Now post 7, another difficult post, but one that can maybe overcome it. So I think he's got to try to beat a couple off the gate anyways, but he's shown he can come from off the pace. So 9-2 in Evasive Card Shark. No surprise the price goes up this time around, because even though it was a trailing post, the outside of the gate's a little bit more difficult sometimes.
What I also like is track maintenance work done by Tyler Moore. He's not just a gifted harness driver. He can do some track maintenance. And there's 2 Julio Lomont and Jay Harris also claim in. So Julio Lomont will get a decent post position. We'll see what the plan is, but it is Jay Harris from post 2.
He's kind of the interesting one in here. I know last time we were kind of keeping a keen eye on him in for 8,500, and he ended up finishing 4th, went off at 9-1, kind of just, got a share. But now dropping down, and second start for Rafael Barraza. Maybe this horse, tries to get away off the gate tonight. He's shown speed in the past, and Jay Harris is certainly no stranger to getting a horse fired up off the gate. So I think that, the value of the board right now might be this one at 8-1 and kind of getting overlooked.
Yeah, and look at the barn has been rocking and rolling, and it's got 6 wins and 13 starters on the year. 10-1 Julio Lomont. And by the way, there's Jet Set Charmer on the track right now. That actually wasn't a bad closing effort last time out. Maybe one to build on.
Yeah, maybe it could be, and he certainly did have pace late in the mile. I think that it was a race though where he probably should have had some closing ability in there, and before that was racing against, in my opinion, some softer rivals than what he faces tonight. So I think that he might be up against it in here, but a smaller share of it's certainly a possibility.
And by the way, I lauded Tyler Moore for track maintenance. Brett McDonald also helping out. So we've got such a helpful drivers' colony here at Grand River Raceway, Rob.
Well, you love to see it, don't you? You love to see it. They're jacks of all trades.
You know what I'd love to see here? Hercule Jam get down as I'm lone wolfing it. And in the next race, we also have a difference of opinion. So I like the fact that in this race and the next one, we're kind of looking at things differently because in the 10th race, we see it very, very similarly.
Yeah, well, it's always good to have a different opinion, right? I mean, if we just like the same horses all night, Gary, it'd probably be a pretty boring program.
Absolutely. And you know what? We did not talk about Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear. And we didn't talk about post position 1 on a half-mile track and a horse that flashed gate speed at Hanover just 2 races ago.
You know, the more I look at this race, they could line up like 4 wide of the first turn here, because you're right, Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear is loaded with early speed, and the rail might be the spot for him to just push out of there and you know, get away first or second. You've got one beside him that's left out really well in the past, and of course Mr. X, there's only one way he likes to go, and that's to the front. And Hercule JM left out from post 8 last time. We might see a bit of a battle here to the opening turn.
I'd imagine if there's a bit of a battle, the one that would enjoy that the most might be Brett McDonald and Jet Set Charmer, because he showed that coming late last time. That could be the ticket, and we're looking at 14-1 on that one. It's going to be a pretty interesting dash, the 8th race, as we're now... apparently we're having some track maintenance issues with the pylons, and even though Tyler Moore and Brett McDonald did help out, we're still having a slight delay, Rob.
Yeah, always got to make sure the pylons are all set, because they sometimes can play a very important role in these races, Gary.
Absolutely. Well, we're just about a minute to post time to race number 8. We still have 3 dashes to go on this Friday evening. But don't forget that on Monday, it is Industry Day 2022. Post time is 12:30 p.m., 11 races. And let me tell you, the Cardiff Racing is outstanding. I'm going to have to get some extra long sleep Sunday night to be fired up and ready to go, because it's a great night of racing for Monday. You want to be here. Industry Day 2022. Note that first race post time is 12:30 p.m. Field 4, race number 8. It's a field of 7 moving up, taking up their positions. It'll be Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear and Julio Lomot on the inside. In the center, Mr. X, Hercule JM, and Joey Delicious. The outside, Jet Set Charmer and Evasive Card Shark. It's a field of 7. It is race number 8. They're rolling towards the top of the stretch, and here they come. Field for the 8th race is at the start of the rough. Mr. X, Hercule JM, Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear, Julio Lomot and Jet Set Charmer as they drive on around the turn. Then Evasive Card Shark and Joey Delicious. Mr. X has got the lead, but Hercule JM is tucked into the pocket. Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear is snuggled over the pylons, racing third. Then Evasive Card Shark and Julio Lomot and Jet Set Charmer. And Joey Delicious trails the field. Mr. X at 7-2 on the board for Tyler Borth has got the lead. Hercule Jam is right there, nose to helmet in the pocket. And Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear is 3 lengths off the lead, racing third. Julio Lomot now starts to the outside. Evasive Card Shark. Then it is Jet Set Charmer and Joey Delicious. Mr. X leads the charge up to the half off a 28-second opening quarter. Hercule Jam is racing the pocket, and on the outside, Julio Lomot is pressing it first over. Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear, 4 to the inside. Jet Set Charmer is spotted second over. Evasive Card Shark and Joey Delicious, 58-4 the halftime. And it is Mr. X who's got the lead, being stalked by Hercule Jam, who's right there in the pocket. And then Julio Lamont is racing first up third. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Jet Set Charmer is going to roll off cover and popping into the pocket right now is Hercules JM. It is Mr. X and Hercules JM. They're going at it. 3/4 is up. 127 and 4. Hercules Jam is on even terms with Mr. X as they duel on around the turn. Then Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear, and it is on the inside of Ace of Card Shark fourth, and then Julio Loma and Jet Set Charmer. Hercules Jam trying to put away a stubborn Mr. X as they come on down the stretch rod. Hercules Jam on the outside grinding hard. Hercules Jam and Mr. X. Hercules JM. Oh, it is close, but maybe got there. Mr. X and Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. A mile of 158 and 2. I was leaning to the right at the finish, Rob, but I don't know.
I think that I think he got there, but what a battle that was, though, right? I mean, they lined up as I kind of thought they would. I mean, Mr. X, pushed out to the lead this time, opened the 2-hole. Ugly JM drops in, and they battled right to the wire there. I mean, Tyler Moore popped the pocket early, and these two hooked up. That was a great battle between a couple of nice horses. Hercules JM looks like he comes out on top right at the wire, though.
Well, I think it is the 4 Hercules Jam. I think it was the lean. I leaned over just right there at the finish and just got him a little bit more forward. But what a great race. 4-3-1 right there. We talked about Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Post position 1 was right there at the finish, beating only half a length to the battle between the 4 and 3 with Hercules Jam on top.
Yeah, and they were happy. Fuzzy was a bear was happy to just kind of let those two go on instead of tripping there. And then when Hercules JM pops out, of course that gives him free reign to go up the passing lane, and he ends up finishing a good third. But really, Mr. X again, has to settle for second after a huge effort on the engine. Went up at a good price too at 7-2, but Hercules JM, multiple claims in, and he emerges victorious for Tyler Moore.
What did you think about the decision when Tyler decided to come out and pop at that point? Do you think that ended up being the difference, or might he have waited longer?
I'm not going to question Tyler Moore. I mean, he's certainly won more races than I have, and he, he came out of the pocket, and I think he just thought he had to wear Mr. X down, and that's what he did. So, they come out on top, winning by a slim margin, and I think if maybe he waits longer, Mr. X might swell up more in the lead, and he doesn't get there.
That's exactly what I was thinking, that maybe he came out when he needed to because he knew he had a bunch of work to do, and he got that work done. Back in front of us is 4 Hercules Jam, a 9-year-old Goliath by Emma Bay Gelding, owned and trained by Cameron McQueen. Tyler Moore is the winning driver. It's the 7th win this year, 20th lifetime. Hercules JM. 158 and 2. The 8th race payouts. 4 Hercules Jam, 470, 280, 223. Mr. X, 340, 250. 1 Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear, 390. $2 exactor, 15.10. Dollar try, 25.10. Dollar super, 62.95. Eighth race order finish from the top. 3, 5 dead heat. 2, 1, 7, 5 dead heat, and 4. Once again, 3, 5, 2, 1, 7, 5, 4. And we had 3 claims. Number 2, Julio Lomont, the new trainer, Jason Mitchell. Number 4, Hercules Jam, the new trainer will be Dwayne Spitzig. And number 7, Evasive Card Shark, the new trainer will be John Kennedy. Field for the ninth on Parade 1, Santa Cruz, Sealster, Jason Ryan for Mike White, Niowski, and Triple S Equine. Number 2, Nikki Lauder, Travis Henry for Craig Gilmore, and Ron Nobes. 3, She's a Comedian, Jay Harris for Brett Lester and Michelle Letarte and Jean Allaire. And 4, Reaganomics, Samuel Fillion for Gerard Demers. 5 is Madigal, Brett McDonough for Richard Moreau and Jean-Francois Reed. Number 6 is Einhorn is Finkel Anthony Hahn for Duncan Brewer and Randall Urquhart. And number 7 is She is a Beauty, Gerard Demers. It drives and owns along with, trains and owns along with Jean Merois. Field of 7, race number 9. Let's get a look at this field. And first up, we're going to take a look at your top one at 16 to 1. Santa Cruz Sealster, Rob.
Yeah, Santa Cruz Sealster, I think she looks good on the track right now, too. And I know that Ontario Racing, Melissa Keith, is with me on this one as well. We're both in agreement. And 0 for 11 this season, but, that victory last year came out of this barn at Mohawk Park and raced pretty good over that surface. And I think that the qualifier was a real good one, and it looks a little bit deceptive. Almost got up over Dreamfair Moxie, but sat 5th throughout. It was actually wide around the final turn and just kind of marched up, pretty confidently and only got beat by a knack back half, 58-2. Rail to work from, looks sharp on the track tonight, Gary. I really like the price at 9 to 1, so I'm happy to be on Santa Cruz Sealster here.
Number 3, She's a Comedian. I thought this one would take a lot of money. And look, that July 20th field here, that was very good, and she battled hard first up. And then that field just this past Tuesday at Georgian, third beaten 2 lengths, by the way, is the missing line. The 2 that beat her, Better Kiss the Men and Wine and Cheese, they would stack up very strongly in here. She's a Comedian, though, is 3 to 5.
Yeah, 3 to 5. I mean, I thought that, and maybe in the pick 4, it might be more of a sneaky play. That's why I like the 1 and 3 here. But those 2 that beat her last time, both dead heated for the victory. She was 2 lengths behind them, but man, she was a long way in front of the 4th place finisher. So it was a solid effort. And She's a Comedian. Has been racing well. Kind of got a tough trip last time here in non-winners of 50,000 life, and now we're back in the condition claiming ranks at the River. And I think she's ready to do good things in here. That victory at Hanover was a real good one in her first start for trainer Brett Lester, and I think that she certainly merits respect in here. Now, 3 to 5 is obviously a little bit short for my liking, but I'm happy to use her with Santa Cruz Sealster right now, who I'm hoping goes forward off the gate.
Well, you've got one at a price on top, and so do I, because I have 4 Reaganomics, and I've kind of fallen in love with how this one looks the last couple starts with Sammy Fillion driving.
Yeah, she really hasn't done much wrong, really. Not taking any support right now on the board, and I guess it really depends how this race shakes out. She's had post 2 in her last 2. She's got away in the 2 hole. She couldn't get the better of Dad's Princess, 2 back, and then last time she got beat by that one and Larjon Lena. But we saw Larjon Lena come back and race pretty darn good tonight. So Reaganomics is a horse that's been trending in the right direction. She gets along well with Samuel Fillion, and 8 to 1's an overlay, in my opinion. It just really depends on what the trip scenario is this time around.
And number 5, Madigal. Well, 2 wins and a third in 3 tries for Richard Moreau. Kind of hard to ignore her.
Yeah, the thing about it is I had such a hard time, going against these connections and against this horse after being on her in each of her last 2 wins here at the River. And she's, really a horse that, never really misses the board. She's hit the board 9 of 9 this year, 4 victories. I just think this is a much more difficult group tonight, and her trip scenario is going to be not an easy one either, right? She's got a lead from post 5. She's got speed on the inside of her. Not sure, how it all pans out for her. I'm surprised she's 7 to 2. I thought she would still take support, probably to the tune of like 2 to 1 or something. But with She's a Comedian taking all the money right now, this one's going off at a nice price of 7 to 2 if you're a believer in her. And
I used 7 She's a Beauty on the bottom just because she was a good 2-year-old, won over this track in 56 and 1 at 2, and maybe showed some signs at Sarnia last race of battling up pretty hard.
Yeah, I think that one can maybe get a small piece of it. I certainly wouldn't think that on the wind end of it, but you can use that one in the bottom end of the exotics.
Well, we'll see how things unfold in the 9th race as Well, at 8-1, you have Santa Cruz Sealster, and I get a price as well. Reaganomics at 5-1. If the fans are on She's a Comedian, they're thinking they're going to be able to laugh at us at the finish, and She's a Comedian is 3-5. Santa Cruz Sealster and Nikki Lauder on the inside. She's a Comedian. Reaganomics and Matty Gal on the center to the outside. Einhorn Finkel, and She is a Beauty. Field of 7, ninth dash. Here they come. Field for the ninth race is at the start of the rough, and She's a Comedian is going to bolt out with Reaganomics and then Nikki Lauder. Then it is Matty Gal, Einhorn Finkel, and on the inside, Santa Cruz Sealster. To the outside, She is a Beauty. And now Reaganomics, not being driven conservatively in the early going, is going to come on and take the lead. Reaganomics and She's a Comedian now wants to loop around and reclaim the front. She's a Comedian is going to take the lead, and Reaganomics will yield and race the pocket. Nikki Lauder third, Matty Gal is fourth, and then Einhorn Finkel and She's a Beauty. Santa Cruz Sealster is trailing She's a Comedian at 3-5 with the lead. 28-3 opening quarter. Reaganomics is racing second. Nikki Lauder is third, and then Matty Gal to the outside. She is a Beauty, and then Einhorn Finkel and Santa Cruz Sealster to the outside, but trailing the field. She's a Comedian as they race up to the half of a 28-3 opening quarter. And racing on past the half, it is She's a Comedian. Matty Gal now is going to force the issue. 58-3 at the halftime. 30-second second panel. She's a Beauty has gone off stride. Into the backstretch they go. And off stride now goes Matty Gal. It is She's a Comedian. Reaganomics is right there in the pocket. And then third, Nikki Lauder. And fourth is Einhorn Finkel. She's a Comedian is freewheeling it on top. Leads at a couple of lengths right now. Reaganomics is racing second. Nikki Lauder third. And Einhorn Finkel is on the outside racing fourth. She's a Comedian continues to enjoy the lead as they race on that final turn. 1:27-2 of the three-quarter time. And She's a Comedian was bet down to 3-5 and is racing like it. Leads it by about 3.5 as they turn for home. Reaganomics is second. She's a Comedian is laughing at the field and wins it by about 5 or 6, and then Reaganomics and Nikki Lauder and Einhorn Finkel. Well, Rob, we played Beat the Favorite, and we lost at it.
Yeah, we did. She's a Comedian, much the best, and she's been racing really well. I mean, she's been racing against tougher rivals. Now gets here to the river and goes off at 3-5 and goes out there and converts on that promise. And Santa Cruz Sealster was off the gate. She ended up making a break and stride anyways later on the mile. So, one that might be back to the drawing board with. But there was 3 horses in there that actually made miscues all around the same time. Santa Cruz Sealster, She's a Beauty, and Matty Gal.
Yeah, and then Reaganomics, tried to stay up, but Reaganomics, finished as second. Left very well.
Yeah, left really well. And, the question was, what will the trip scenario be for Reaganomics? Well, that early speed, always lends itself to a favorable journey because it gets away to lead this time, then lets She's a Comedian go. Ends up in the 2-hole again, 3 consecutive 2-hole trips and 3 consecutive top 3 finishes now, and 2 of those being runner-up finishes. So I thought it was a decent effort from Reaganomics, just not in the same league as She's a Comedian tonight.
No, absolutely. And Reaganomics is certainly one we can keep playing now because that's one that's really come on nicely for Gerard Demers since Sammy Filion has taken over it. Reaganomics has really caught both of our eyes.
Yeah, Samuel Filion gets along great with that horse, and you see that early gate speed, right? And it's so important here at the river and in any half-mile surface. But you see a couple of La Bombas on the bottom end of this try and super, Gary.
Yes, a 3-4-2-6. We got a 30-1 and a 25-1. But on top, well, if you thought you could beat the favorite here, you did not get the last lap because She's a Comedian was victorious. She's a Comedian in a bit of a laugher, winning in the 9th race of 4-year-old He's Watching Brown Mare, owned by Michelle Letarte and Jean Allaire and Brett Lester. Brett Lester is the trainer. Jay Harris, the Green Arrow, the winning drive. It's the 6th win this year, his 7th lifetime. She's a Comedian. The ninth race payouts. 3, she's a comedian. 350, 250, and 260. For Reaganomics, 350 and 270 and 2 Nikki Louder, 440, $2 exactor, $9. Dollar try 32.50. Dollar super 226.60. Ninth race order finish from the top is a 7 place 6 3 1 2. 6 place 5 4 5 place 7. Once again from the top down after the placing 6 3 1 2 5 4 7. Field for the 10th on parade. Once, and our Angel, Dan O'Brien, drives and trains and owns. Number 2 is Melisse. Nick Boyd for Rick Ziron and John Donato. And number 3 is Peter Crown. It is Ryan Roche for Steve Watson. 4 is Let's Take to the Sky. Anthony Hunt for Dave Holliday and Ben Holliday. And number 5 is Arcanum Teleporth for Christine Anderson and Ken Weiss. And number 6, Atalanta Express Teleporth for Katerina Bosniak and JJ Stables. And number 7 is Dirt, Paul McKenzie for Paul Meekins and Saltwater Stable. And number 8 is My Mini Miracle, Travis Henry for Rebecca Geisel and Rick Breyer and Paul Burbrick. 9 is DreamX, Sammy Fillion for Gerard Damaris and Triple S Equine Field 9, race number 10. Let's look at this field, and we'll start with number 4, Let's Take to the Sky. Pretty decent effort from post 8 last time out, but the start before it is the one that really catches my eye, and is why I took her on top here, and that probably impacted you as well.
Yeah, I thought that she raced really well last time. Post 8 tried to leave out of there, ended up tucking in 5th, and then kind of got bottled up before coming out in the stretch and finishing 4th. And I thought it was a decent 4th. Before that, went straight to the front and went a long way in the lead. Only got picked up by Powerful Spirit, who was a gutsy first over winner on that occasion. I think now getting back to a palatable post for this one, we're going to see her go right to the front again tonight, and she looks sharp on the track right now. 3-1 on the board. I think that's a good price. I thought that she deserves to be the favorite on here. I think that she's going to go a long way on the engine, Gary.
And Dave Holliday's barn has done nice in the win column. In fact, the overall record's pretty strong this year. 390 training average is very fine. 3, Peter Crown. 1 we've been watching. I thought you might even take Peter Crown on top. I certainly knew you'd have this one somewhere towards the top of your ticket.
I came close, and I'll be honest, 15-1. I mean, it's pretty tempting right now to play Peter Crown because we kind of noted, how consistent he was last year. 15 out of 26 in the top 3. This year, not so much, in just 1 victory, but he's been trending in the right direction. A pair of third-place finishes, and last time he kind of ended up, getting away out of it and then being bottled up and finished a decent 5th, beaten 7 lengths. Wasn't too far off Let's Take to the Sky. So I think Peter Crown, if you like Let's Take to the Sky, you've got to like Peter Crown, and one's 4-1 and one's 15-1. So those are the 2 that I like in here, and I would not be surprised to see Peter Crown, get onto the ticket and maybe even do some damage here.
I'm not shocked that Arcanum is taking a lot of money and does come in off of win at Hanover, but 4-5 is too low. 3 wins and 6 starts on the year, though, has caught people's eye.
Yeah, definitely, and this horse, shown ability in the past. There's no question about it. And you get the hot hands of Tyler Borth and the bike. Those victories at Hanover are all good ones, but you see the ones at the river, they're not so impressive. Now that you could say this is an easier spot, but Let's Take to the Sky was also racing in those races and doing better than Arcanum. So I kind of look at it and say, well, 7-2 versus even money. It's impossible for me not to go in the direction of Let's Take to the Sky. I think Arcanum can get a piece of it, but I wouldn't put that one ahead of Let's Take to the Sky.
Number 9, DreamX, is one that was good for a good piece of the way last time out at Sarnia and then tailed off, but good excuse. Had been off a while.
Yeah, we always say, right? Second start back, third start back off a layoff, and getting back into that regular rotation. Not a terrible effort last time. It was okay. Came home in 32 seconds, but maybe some conditioning now and a better fitness level will get this one to finish a little stronger. Plus, you get Samuel Fillion in the bike, and we saw what that did for Reaganomics when we went from the change from the trainer Gerard Demers to Samuel Fillion in the sulky. So I think that DreamX is one you've got to use in the super high 5, maybe even the bottom end of the trifecta as well.
And you were willing to use My Mini Miracle on the bottom of the ticket.
Yeah, I just one that's kind of been in the mix, and not really too far out of it. And in each of our last two, 19 to 1. When you get post 8 on the high five, it usually helps it pay.
The one that I used towards the bottom was 2 Melisse, and I just think that this one might be able to be a decent enough shot to get onto the ticket. 4 out of 8 in the top 3 on the year. Out of post 2, Melisse. But taking up their positions, Sayonara Angel, Melisse, Peter Crown on the inside of the center. Let's take to the sky and Arcanum. On the outside, Atalanta Express and Durton. My Mini Miracle, second tier, DreamX. Field of 9, 10th, and final dash. Here they come.
Giddy up.
Field 4. Race number 10, Peter Crown's going to drive with Let's Take to the Sky and Arcanum, Sayonara Angel, Melisse, then DreamX and Atalanta Express, and then it is Dirt and My Mini Miracle. Peter Crown has got the early lead. Let's Take the Skies racing second. Melisse made a break in stride. Now Let's Take the Skies taking the front. Arcanum is still racing on the outside, and then Peter Crown is third. Fourth is Sayonara Angel, and then it's about 5 lengths back to DreamX, and then further is Atalanta Express and Durham, and then My Mini Miracle is racing 8th. But now it is Arcanum and Tyler Borth who's got the lead. Let's Take to the Sky is second, and Peter Crown third. Then Sayonara Angel is racing position 4th as they work their way off the turn and they come on towards us. 5th on the inside is DreamX, and now Atalanta Express is in the express lane. And then it is back to Durb and My Mini Miracle. 58 seconds flat is the halftime, and they work their way on into the backstretch. And it is Arcanum. Let's Take to the Skies. They're in the pocket. Sayonara Angel said sayonara to the pylons and moved out, and is only 3 off the lead. Peter Crown is racing 4th, and Atalanta Express is 5th, and then it is back to DreamX and My Mini Miracle and Durb. But it is still Arcanum. Arcanum leads by 2.5 lengths right now. Let's Take to the Sky. Sayonara Angel, Atalanta Express and Peter Crown, and DreamX 3/4 127 and 4. Arcanum and Tyler Borth as they roll to the top of the stretch. Let's Take to the Sky is second, and then it is Sayonara Angel, and kicking in late is DreamX and then Atalanta Express. But it is Arcanum and Tyler Borth. 5 wins on the evening for Tyler Borth. Arcanum gets a 4th win on the year. Then Let's Take to the Sky was second. Then finishing third was Sayonara Angel and Atalanta Express, and then DreamX. 158 and 1. Arcanum was pretty fine and impressive, Rob.
Definitely was, and Tyler Borth goes out in style with a huge night at the river, and you can see this. Arcanum looks so strong. I mean, when he's flattened the bike in the stretch here, and just a horse that looks possessed out there. Nice victory for Arcanum. Let's Take to the Sky. I mean, decent enough effort to finish second, and Peter Crown, left hard early and was in the mix, but then faded out of it. So you listen, Arcanum was much the best tonight, and a horse that is probably going to move on to do some pretty good things.
You know what's interesting? Do you think we learn sometimes when a horse can leave from the inside, and even though they don't show any form, have we seen this before? 60 to 1 on Sayonara Angel finishing third.
You can never leave off, the rail horse in the super high fives. There's no question about it. And I was surprised to see that one, move first over. I thought, the seat that she had, she'll stay there and maybe she'll hit the ticket. Well, she decided to make a race of it, went first up and still stuck around to get a big chunk of it. So, it just proves once and for all, you cannot leave the rail horse off the super high five.
It just keeps on happening and happening. But 5 Arcanum had it happening in the 10th race, and that was a solid effort by Let's Take to the Sky. Nothing wrong with it, just Arcanum was better. We get also another bomb, Atalanta Express, and then DreamX from the second tier. If you like the 1, which, we didn't, but we still liked the 9.
Yeah, DreamX was one I thought could get a piece of it, and does it 25 to 1. And even though you got 2 favorites on top here, it's still going to pay good, Gary, because you got some big prices underneath.
Absolutely. 5-4-1 is your top 3. A 5-4-1-6-9. Super high 5, but it's the Tyler Borth Show on this Friday evening at the river. Back in front of us, is number 5, Arcanum, a 6-year-old Archangel Bay Gelding. On the Ken Weiss and Christina Anderson. Christina's the trainer. Tyler Borth, 5 of the night, 4th win on the year in 7 starts. The 8th lifetime, Arcanum, 158-1. The 10th race payouts, 5 Arcanum, 320, 240, and 264. Let's take to the sky, 270, 260. 1 Sayonara Angel, $10.10. Exactor, $450 try, $25.80. Double 710. The win for 327.45. The dollar high five, 1,050.50. The 10th race silver finish from the top, 398. 214765. That's 398 214765 on the bottom. Well, fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Friday evening. Our next racing event is this coming Monday.
At what time?
Note the post time for Industry Day 2022. 12:30. That is 12:30 in the afternoon. Get up early and get out to the river and enjoy a great card of racing. 11 races for your harness racing enjoyment this coming Monday afternoon. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.